Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? And people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
What more do we need to see? Because he's the guy!
Good morning, good Friday morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Oh, man. It's good to be here. It's good to be here. Good morning. We made it all the way to at least the last...
I saw a chicken fight.
I saw a chicken fight. We made it to the last day of the work week. We are here. Friday morning is starting right now. I'm happy to have all of you here. Welcome. Please come in and take a seat. We love it. This is going to be this is going to be a big day. It's going to be a big day. It might not be as big as a later point in the trial, but this is a point where a lot of people are going to be watching because we have much excitement and potential drama and conflict that will be presented in the Alec Baldwin trial today. Because today is the day that we hear that the prosecution will call Halyna Gutierrez to the stand. Halyna Gutierrez was the armor on the rest
Shame
set.
on you, sir.
Yes, shame on me. Shame on me for being late. I apologize. I was late. I was enjoying my good friend Matthew Harris Law PLLC is doing a live right now, both on radio and on his YouTube channel, and he was teaching me about something that I honestly need to do myself, and that is a will. And nobody likes to think about death, although we talk about it in trials almost every single day, but when it comes to our own deaths, we try to not think about it. But he's talking about just how easy it is to get your will sorted out. So if you've missed that, I think he's still live right now. He's answering questions about wills and ways you can do it yourself. I mean, if finances
is that correct?
are such that you can't pay a lawyer to do it, and I realize that's often the case because lawyers are expensive. Handwritten wills, and he explains how those work and everything. So it's awesome. So Matthew Harris did a great job, and he gave us a shout out on the channel, both on his YouTube channel and on radio down there in Texas. So if any of you are joining us brand new from a recommendation from Matthew Harris, welcome. He's a good friend, he's a moderator on this channel as well, and a great lawyer. So super excited for him doing his first radio live and co-YouTube live. All right. We have a court watcher. Hang on one second.
Call from Bree.
Brady, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing this morning?
Well, good morning. I hope you're the one that answers your phone and it not be you.
I've never had a receptionist.
Somebody just sent me a video.
Sorry, we'll turn down the sound a little bit here. I've never had a receptionist. I can't afford one, first of all, because they're worth their weight in gold. But
100%.
How are you doing this morning?
Good. You'd probably put someone into overtime and work them into commission with as much as your phone rings.
Oh my goodness, it's crazy. Half the time they're asking for Dwayne, and they have to prank calls and all. You are a court watcher today. Yes, I'm scared.
Yes, I'm heading that way.
Okay.
I'm heading that way now. I sent you a picture on Twitter so you guys know what I'm wearing because, like I said, I'm going to lock my phone in my car because goodness knows I don't want to have any trouble getting in the courthouse.
Yeah, the last thing you want is the bailiff to be like, you, out.
Well, because remember I was trying to watch the time on my phone because I couldn't see the clock and they thought I was recording something last time. I'm like, absolutely not.
But we won't let that happen
because they had that weird, right? They had that weird replay moment.
I lost your audio here for just 1 second. Sorry.
Okay, there you go.
You're back.
Okay. But they had that weird audio stuff with Hannah, so I'm like, look, I'm not taking any chances. I'm taking my car key in the building, and that's it.
That is awesome. Bree, hold on just 1 second. I have to say, I forgot this at the very beginning. Allison, where are you, Allison? Let me find you. Wait. Well, I know where you are. I just need to connect. There it is. Allison, first in chat this morning with the yo. Congratulations, Allison. The internet is all yours. You take care of it for the rest of us. We gift the internet to the first person in chat every day, and that was you. I didn't want to miss that. Bree, is it all right if I show your picture to everybody?
Yes, absolutely. And Allison, way to be greeners in there this morning. Good job.
So I have your picture on my phone right here. It's actually my backdrop. No, just kidding. I'm not.
Well, you know.
So yeah, we've got your picture. This is what you're going to be wearing.
Yeah.
And so
I'm going to try to sit on Alec's side, but like I did with Hannah. But I don't know with the Baldwin clan if there will be any spot on that side.
They're in force. I think they had quite a few people representing him. So good luck. We'll watch for you there. As always, we look forward to hearing what you can observe in the courtroom. There are some other notables there.
I think I may have to
go ahead.
Sneak out at lunch. I don't know if I can stay all day, but I'm definitely going in for the morning at least to stay there until Hannah gets through if she testifies, because I just want to see what happens with that for sure. That's
gonna be awesome. We're excited for you. Drive safe. Good luck. And it's gonna be a great day. Look forward to hearing from you.
Okay, talk to you guys later.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
See you, Bree. Bye.
Bye.
All right, so we have our picture of Bree. We know what she looks like. We're going to watch for her in court, and she's going to be watching for us. This is exciting because a lot of times we have in court cases now, because our audience really is spread all over the country. I think we've pretty much got every single state has checked in because we have people all over. There's often, as we watch a trial, somebody said, "Hey, that's just down the road for me. I'm going to pop in. I'll watch for you." So we're excited. Bree's going to go in. She's going to take a look at the jury. She's going to watch some of the things that we cannot see through the cameras and help us a little bit understand maybe something that's happening and just get that inside perspective that you can't get over the camera. All right, we have a couple things we need to not skip. It is Friday. That means there are a lot of people who are going to have a birthday either today, tomorrow, or Sunday, and we would like to celebrate them today. And so here's what we've got. We've got a list of just a handful. We've got Jack, Hazelnut Pretzel, Reverend BZ, Lucy P, Crob, Dusty Den, Simba, Lily Rose, Shirley, Parrot Court, and Ryan. This is more than will fit in one happy birthday verse. This is a big verse. We sing every morning to celebrate people who are having their birthday because it's always a party here, and we want you guys to celebrate as well. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to play the music. You're going to sing. I will sing with you. Okay, you're not following me. I'm following you. So you guys start, right? You guys start. We're going to sing together to celebrate these people. I'm just trying to figure out how to separate the verses. Jack, Hazelnut, Pretzel, Reverend BZ, Lucy, and Crob. I think we go through Crob on let's see. Cheryl B says, Shirley's my mom. She's 81 today. We're singing to Shirley. She's on the list here. So we'll sing to Crob on the first verse. And the second verse, we'll do Dusty Den, Simba, Lily Rose, Shirley, Parrot Court, and Ryan. It's going to be a mouthful. But everybody, wherever you are, in a cubicle, in a car, it doesn't matter. Well, I do expect you to sing. Even if you're in a carpool, you're the person in the back in the corner, everyone else is doing other things, just go ahead and belt it out. They will join. Coworkers will join. Your boss might even stand up and come down and say, hey, I love the excitement you bring to work today. Here's a raise. It could happen. I'd say don't depend on that happening, but it could happen. We'll leave that option out there. So as we get ready to sing, everyone stand up, deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. Sounds beautiful. Dancers are at the ready. Here we go. All right. Let me just turn that light off. Here we go. All right. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Hazelnut, Pretzel, Reverend BZ, Lucy P, and Crob. Happy birthday to you. Well, that was close. We almost didn't make it. A little bit of intermission. Dancers are doing their high kicks. Looks good. Oh, the clapping. Great addition. I like it. Here we go. Verse 2. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Dusty Den, Simba, Lily Rose, Shirley, Parrot Court, and Ryan. Happy birthday to you. That was so many names. I didn't do it very good justice. Hazelnut Pretzel, Reverend Beezy, Lucy P, Crop, Dusty Den, Simba, Lily Rose, Shirley, Parrot Court, and Ryan all celebrating their birthday today or this weekend. Thank you for, first of all, thanks for having a birthday. It gives us reason to party, right? Thank you. The party, the music is going to die off here in a minute, but the party doesn't stop. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could celebrate with. You've chosen to be here with us. The privilege and pleasure is all ours. Thank you so much on sharing your special day with us. I would recommend that each and every one of you find a local establishment that serves breakfast foods, preferably pancakes. Inform them that it's your birthday and see if they will give you a free stack of flapjacks, because, you know, what a better way to start your day than a big pile of pancakes. So, congratulations to everybody. Thank you very much. Dancers are still doing the routine. Looking good. All right. I think shortly we have a drum solo coming up. I think it's after this next verse. Maybe. Everyone has their air drums or their real drums. I do envision a couple of you have set up an actual drum set and are ready to finish this out in a big way. Here we go. There we go. Happy birthday to all the birthday people. Thank you very much. If for some reason we missed you on the birthday song, please do not consider you any less celebrated. We're celebrating all the birthdays today, and thank you so much. What a way to start court. Now, when it actually comes to court, we don't know why, but the judge has ordered a late start, which defies all understanding for me, because I think we made about 10 minutes of progress yesterday in the actual trial. We made about 10 minutes of progress. The rest was all sidebars. It was breaks. It was long lunches. It was objections. It was technical difficulties. Let's see. Steve N says, you missed mine, but to be fair, it's not until November. I'm sorry, Steve. We will get you come November. Let's see. A couple people this morning need to be recognized. Ellie Veldman, member for 15 months, says good day to y'all. Thank you very much, Ellie. Red Ford is here, member for 7 months, says I enjoy being here with all of you. Thank you. I'm glad I'm not excluded. If you had said most of you, then I would have felt bad. But thank you, Red Ford. Princess Buttercup gave a super chat here, says I love sneaking in here. Thank you, Princess Buttercup. Hopefully we can make your day just a little bit better. Well, Rebecca is out at work counting mosquitoes, I should say. Rebecca, Princess Buttercup is actually a pet. It's a dog. Princess Buttercup's a dog. We were a channel when Buttercup was first homed and named, and so we've followed this journey. Buttercup has learned how to use Rebecca's credit card and frequently sends super chats without Rebecca knowing. So it's a very, very smart dog that chases chickens. Waldor KFKP said, "Welcome to the gallery, not brand new member." It's for some reason it's not giving me your date count here, but you've got a yellow courthouse, which means at least 6 months of support. Thank you for that. I will tell you, yesterday we had some sort of issue with YouTube, and I was up till almost 2:00 in the morning. I know it's not bad, which means I'm going to fall asleep. I'm going to like Alec Baldwin today, but I was up till almost 2:00 in the morning, working with my YouTube chat partner. I don't get a real person like to talk to on the phone until 100,000 subscribers, but before then I can chat with somebody in text. And I'm sending screenshots. I'm saying, hey, this is what people are experiencing. We believe it's fixed. We believe that two things. If you did send a chat during, if you sent a gifted membership yesterday, either YouTube is going to have given it out overnight, like it got held and it was given out, or they're going to refund that because it didn't get gifted. But either it went to the intended use which you offered it for, or you will get a refund. Everything looks to be working. Last night on our podcast, we were able to gift memberships and they started flowing again. YouTube doesn't know. They don't have an answer for me. But actually there's about a 2-day period we're seeing in the history, if I go back through my analytics, where there's some problems with the numbers. Everything doesn't add up the way it should. So YouTube has said they've had complaints from a lot of other creators. They're going to look at it. They're going to correct it. Trust me, they're going to get it right. That's what they do. But it did take a lot of time last night to fix it. But I think we're in good shape now. So thank you very much. Amber says, Recovery Addict, did you see the doc I sent for the Wade Wilson sentencing? With the letters from people in his favor, including those who ask the judge to go easy on him because they love him. They love him. Wade Wilson, convicted of murdering 2 people the same day, within a 24-hour period. He's the gentleman that has all the facial tattoos, including the big, the Joker smile, everything. Interesting character, getting fan mail and letters to the judge begging for leniency for him because he is their one true love. I'm not sure if that's going to work. Not sure if it's going to work. I did see that news story. Thank you, Amber, for that one. So a little different. I think his sentencing is coming up soon. Sorry, I'll turn those dings off. That's my phone. My fault. Lots of things happening. Obviously, Alec Baldwin is not the only case that's moving forward. We have Sarah Boone is rapidly approaching. That we expect a letter any day now. Really, any day now. We expect a letter to be posted from Sarah Boone to the judge. Not that we have any confirmation that the letter exists yet, but just past performance is indicative of future success, right? And in the past, every time there's been a major incident or a major change in her case, which there was on the 28th of June, I think, she has written to the judge and voiced her opinion, voiced her displeasure, and it's done that in writing. Well, letters to the judge are public. Okay, it's not going to be an ex parte meeting, so the judge immediately shares it with everybody. And because Florida is an open record state, we get that as well. So we're watching for a letter to be posted from Sarah Boone. Let me just check and see right now. Looks like nothing is posted yet. The last thing we have is the evidence control sheet that showed up 3 days ago. Looks like she got her discovery delivered to her in jail because she is now pro se, which means she is operating without a lawyer. She is her own lawyer. Or acting as her own lawyer, and she's doing that because the judge ruled that she has lost the right to have a court-appointed lawyer because of how she treats them, and it appears to be the judge basically said, look, after 8-9 lawyers, it's not them, it's you, and we're not going to play this game anymore. You've burned through. We've given you some of the best lawyers you could possibly hope for, and it would all be for free, and you run them off. And the judge says this is a stalling tactic. This is something you're doing on purpose, and no more. We're not playing that game. So Sarah Boone is on her own. If she gets a lawyer now, she has to pay for it. Quite honestly, that's going to be an uphill battle unless she has a sizable fan base that's willing to contribute to her cause, or a lawyer out there decides to take the case pro bono. She's going to be pro se. Currently, she's underrepresented. So that's where it is. We expect a letter from her shortly. Let's see. Shadow says this is the best and the friendliest chat, which is so important. Thanks, RA, even with heavy subjects, you also make it fun. It's sometimes it's hard. We do limit some of the cases we follow. Some of the more difficult cases that just weigh on the soul so hard. We don't pick up and don't follow. Occasionally we do. I mean, we covered like Letitia Stauch's trial with poor Gannon. But we do try to add moments of levity, even amongst the seriousness. Not to mock the court, because we have so much respect for the judicial system and the process, and not even to really mock individuals, although we take a little bit of liberty with some of the lawyers and the people in court that are professionals. They're acting as we have in this case. We have a counter. We have a spectometer, because in this particular case, more so than any other case I've ever seen, glasses, like eyeglasses, are very prominent in the case. The defendant wears a very prominent set. The prosecutor uses her glasses nonstop as a prop and as a tool, both to look through, to wave with, to wear on her head as a fashion statement, to point with on they go everywhere. And so we said, why not, in this case, instead of just counting just the prosecutor, Morrissey's emotions with her glasses, every time somebody that's not in the gallery, so this could be a bailiff, it could be a a law clerk, it could be the judge, could be the defendant, could be any of the lawyers, takes their glasses and does a maneuver of some sort, takes them off, puts them back on, puts them on top of the head, puts them on the table, uses something to point with. We're counting those. And we're up to 241. We've only had 2 days so far. This is the beginning of day 3. And it's so we expect it looks like Alec Baldwin is showing up in court right now. He's just walking in. A fair-sized crowd has accumulated there. Wife leads the way. Wife wants him to go a little faster, sort of walking out ahead of him, pulling him along. And now the courtroom is open, so people are going to go in. It's going to be a bit before court starts, probably 10:30 by my guess. 10:30 is going to be the start time, so we'll start watching. As soon as we have a feed from the courtroom, we'll bring that to you. As always, we strive to bring you the best picture and the best sound, and we will do nothing less than that today as well. All right, any questions? I need to do a quick recap on what's happened so far, or who we've seen. Waldorf, thank you very much, or Waldorf. I think it's Waldorf KP. Waldorf KP. Thank you. I was saying Waldorf FKP, but I think I drew the separator in the wrong spot. Sarah Boone is now a lawyer. Well, sort of. She's had enough time. She probably could pass the bar if she studied it the whole time there. Is Hannah testifying today? Abby, that's a great question. And I have to say, we right now, it's the question mark is what's hanging over the case. All we can say is we know that Hannah has been subpoenaed by both sides. She's listed as a witness by both the prosecution and the defense. We know for a fact, both through statements from I guess all through statements of Hannah's lawyer, that Hannah is not a big fan of the state. She thinks she was done wrong by these prosecutors. This is the same prosecutor, basically, Morrissey, that prosecuted her case. She was convicted. She was sentenced to 18 months in jail, in prison. She thinks that this was done wrongfully, and she does not want to help them in any way. Now, she sort of has some decisions there to make, and basically, she can plead the fifth. By pleading the fifth, she says, I will not answer this question, and this is a constitutional right that everybody holds, even if you're an inmate. I will not answer this question because it incriminates me, right? It might make me subject to civil prosecution. Somebody could sue me if I answer the question you're asking me. Or I could be prosecuted for a new crime or something like that. So she has said through her lawyer, or at least hinted at, that when she gets up on the stand and she's sworn in, takes the oath, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. She says yes, sits down, they ask a question. She might say, I plead the fifth. At that moment, I believe her testimony is pretty much going to stop. There might be a little bit more of a discussion. The jury will probably be dismissed at that point. But either they're going to say, that's it, she's off the stand, we don't proceed any further, or the jury leaves and there might be a discussion just where the judge just sort of gets a feel for, do you intend to plead the fifth to all the questions that are being presented to you? Is there something of that nature, just to understand, is this going to be a helpful witness in this case or not? And she might not plead the fifth. She might talk, because it seems like she wants to help Alec Baldwin's side. She likes Alec Baldwin. She's mortified though about what happened and her role in it. Okay, we know that, we saw that on body cam, but she actually sort of really looked up to Alec Baldwin. This is a big deal for her to be working on a movie set with Alec Baldwin. So she might still be looking at him and saying, I want to help. I want to do what I can, which means when the prosecution calls her, she might be willing to testify. But then she's still got cross-examination from the state. I don't know how it'll work, because I don't think you can plead the fifth on cross-examination only. I don't think that works. Anyway, so we're going to see what happens. She might take the stand. She might testify. It might be fireworks. It might be very spicy, strong feelings here. There might be even strong language as well. But that's going to be coming about. She is going to be transported. We know she's being transported from the prison. They've issued the order. She should be here, and it will be today. I don't know exactly when in the schedule it is. If we look at the schedule of what's happened so far, though, looking back at the witnesses, we're at the start of day 3. Let's see. We've got day 1. We had 4 witnesses. Those were Nicholas LaFleur. He was the very timid, quiet cop. one of the first on scene. Made some mistakes, but honestly, it was just mayhem. It was chaos down there. Then we had Timoteo Benedivas, who was the day shift commander, sort of took charge when he showed up on the scene, did a little bit more oversight there. Joseph Lujan was the sheriff's office, third officer. During all those officers, we got all the body cam footage that we've watched, and we saw quite a bit. I think more body camera footage was viewed in this trial than we saw during Hannah Gutierrez Reed's trial, especially relating to inside the church, treating Halyna Hutchins and Joel in the ambulance around with Alec Baldwin on the side of the movie set. We got a bigger picture of that. We haven't seen all of it, but we've seen a lot more. All right, let's see. Also, the day one ended out with Marissa Popple. Marissa Popple is the crime scene tech for Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. She's the one that started talking about dummy rounds, and she did a lot of investigation. She served the search warrant on the prop truck a couple days after. She also served the search warrant later on PDQ Props, the store that supplied a lot of the guns and some of the prop ammo to the set. The search of the PDQ was quite. It was a point of argument between prosecution and defense. When prosecution set out her testimony and inquired of her what happened, it sounded very much like she was thorough. Like they went through with a fine-tooth comb, looked at everything, looked everywhere, and found every live round, opened every box. This is, I think, a prank call. I think it is. Hang on. Hello? 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 Last time. Hello? Okay, I need somebody on the other end if we're going to do a prank call. That was coming in on a different number. That's why I think it wasn't the burner phone. Anyway, we take prank calls. Sorry, that's something we do here. And by prank calls, I mean scam business calls. So we're talking about the search of PDQ. PDQ, it was presented to the jury and the court through this witness that she was very thorough. On cross-examination, that started falling apart, and the witness started having to admit that the search maybe did not have that same thoroughness that she initially laid out. And eventually she said that they did a reasonable search, that it was they did sort of like the best they could. There's apparently body camera footage of that search, and in that footage we supposedly are able to hear her, Miss Popple, basically saying this is going to take forever. There's no way we can do all this. It's going to take forever, and they sort of cut it short. In addition, the search warrant asked them to get the footage from the security camera system, which there was a security camera system. They didn't even look for it. That security footage would have shown them cutting the search short. So some questions were brought up. It was very spicy. Defense really got the witness riled in a big way, so much so that the prosecution got really spicy on throwing objections and just interjecting and trying to break it up. At some point, we had like 10 minutes of testimony and 50 minutes of objections and sidebars. So really, really spicy there. I think that's a telltale sign, because we're going to have more of that to come as we get to some more issues from court. Let's see. I think we're about to get our feed from court. It's just going to be the wall, but we'll take what we can get right here. Let's see what else we have. Don, member for 11 months. You're almost to the year mark. Congratulations, Don. Love the cat, by the way. Let's see. Where did we go? Oh, we finished at Marissa Popple. Okay, so I don't want to lose track. We want to do this complete wrap up. So Marissa was on the stand. It got really spicy. Defense was pretty hard on her, trying to prove that she didn't do everything right, and eventually got her to admit probably one of the biggest admissions of the whole thing was that in the search that the police did of PDQ, they were just as thorough, which was not thorough enough, as the armorer on the Rust set in finding ammunition. They literally took up like whole boxes of ammo, just shook the whole thing at once. I'm like, no, set that aside. That's it. They literally did the exact same thing in being thorough that the armor did. And so that was a huge confession that even the police are doing it wrong. But when it comes down to it, none of this really bears anything to do with Alec Baldwin directly, because he had nobody on either side is even insinuating or suggesting that he had any part in the bringing of the live ammunition to the set. So although they scored some points in that area, it doesn't really move the meter at all in Alec Baldwin's favor, other than possibly in the minds of the jury, them thinking that the investigation just wasn't thorough enough, and there might be a room for doubt in some other areas as well. So that finished up day one. Day two began with a little bit more cross-examination of Marissa Popple. Then we had Mr. Pieta, the firearms maker, the guy who made the gun that Alec Baldwin was holding that went off that injured Joel and killed Halyna. So he came and testified, and basically he said it was the best of the best. We make good guns. We send them out to independent parties who do tests on these guns to make sure they function properly. Even in the testing themselves, I'm not sure if you heard this because he had a strong accent, but he said we do high power testing, or they do high power testing, where they use what's called a plus P charge, which is a bullet. Instead of the standard amount of gunpowder in it, they put extra gunpowder in, so the explosion is more than a standard gun would be expected to experience in regular use, just to make sure that even if there was an accidental highly charged round, that it still would function properly. It wouldn't break. The cylinder wouldn't explode or something like that. And the guns passed. They passed all the tests. Not only did they pass, this particular gun was made with extremely great care and with the highest quality of workmanship, because it was being used to show at a traveling outdoor show for retailers. It was a retailer's outdoor show, and this was the show model. This was when you're trying to get all the sporting goods and hunting stores to buy your firearm and carry it in their store. This is the model you would show them. And if they're like, hey, I'm thinking about that one, let's see the 7.5-inch Colt 45, the Pieta, and they would that would be the one that you get to pick up and hold and use and feel the action. It was perfect. It was absolutely perfect. It was an amazing firearm, and that goes to the argument that the gun was functional when Alec Baldwin had it. And so that was great. We got some testimony as well about some of the breaking through Marissa about the testing that ended up breaking the gun. We've seen the gun on the stand a lot of times with a lot of different witnesses, and we'll see it some more as well. Let's see. We had Justin Neal, who was the trade show guy. He was he was with EMF, which was the arm it's like two companies. You got Pieta Firearms and EMF, and the two, EMF does the importing. They ship, and EMF sort of handles the trade show arm. They owned the gun before it was sold to PDQ. And PDQ, when they put out the call and said, hey, we'd like to buy this best of the best, has to look perfect because this is a movie, Pieta Colt 45 for this character, there weren't any available. It was in the middle of the big lockdown. There were all sorts of back orders and shortages. Nothing was available, and so they scoured. Like, what can we do? They want this gun. They want this gun, and they found the one at EMF and said, we've got the one over at EMF. The showpiece. Let's sell them that one, and they did. The only thing they had to do was modify it slightly. They had to insert a firing pin because the showpiece at the show, the guns are non-functional. That's how they can ship them around and display them and everything. They get around some of the laws that way because it's not a complete firearm, even though it has it had all the serial number and everything else. It just didn't have that one piece that would allow it to function. So they sold them that gun. So EMF sells it to PDQ, and that's how it found its way onto the set that way. And it was a fully functional gun. They call it a prop gun, and prop guns can be a couple different things, but a prop gun in this case, this gun was just a gun. It was used as a prop. That's it. That's the only distinction between it and any other firearm that might be fired. All right, so that carries us through the maker of the firearm, Justin Neal, the guy sort of helped with the importing and the gun show side. Then we had Alexandria Hancock. She was a corporal with Santa Fe. I think she's still in the stand. I think she's still in the stand where we leave right now. So we've got more police testimony. we've got a lot of testimony about the bullets, which ones are real, which ones had gunpowder, which ones are sent for testing, what they looked like, the colors of the primers, the Starline brass, which was the brand of the casing. That's the long shiny brass part that holds the gunpowder. That of the actual shot that hit Gutierrez, that hit Halyna. Amber says, do you recall the testimony of HDR about the first safety notch? I seem to recall someone putting first notch at issue as defective because it was shallow and worn down. I believe first notch is where the break occurred under testing. Amber, I think that's why they're focusing on that as an error, because now the gun is broken there, and so they can say, but it might have been damaged there before. It might have been worn down or something else. I would say I would be very surprised if this gun had that much wear. Even being a showpiece at a gun show, it's locked up behind glass. Most of the time, people don't need to take it out and hold it. That was sort of like an exception where somebody's like, look, I want to buy 500 of these for my chain of sporting goods stores, but I want to feel it first. Most of them, they're like, hey, it's a Pieta. We know their brands. We've bought their guns before. Yeah, I'll take the 7.5 45s. So I don't think that gun had very much wear at all. Wandering Thoughts, thank you. We're getting there. We're getting there. Wandering Thoughts. Let me tell you what we're doing, and I wish we were there right now. Back in May, I ordered one more piece of equipment that will allow us to capture and extract little, very brief segments live in the moment from court. So every time there's a spicy bit of testimony, there's a gotcha moment, there's something funny that happens, I can literally save it and run it as replays. I can export them as tweets and send them as video shorts. We can play them all through as we go through time. We can play them one at a time. That device that I ordered still has not shipped. Even though I'm number one on the list. I've been confirmed. I'm the first person in line for when it ships. The manufacturer has not shipped the models yet. It's brand new, but it's just not out yet. Once we have that, it's going to make the recap vids a lot more interactive because we'll have video that we can go along with that. Let's see. Perfect. Clip it all. I wonder why no one does this. Wandering Thoughts, it's difficult. Especially on a long case, you've got hours and hours of footage to sort through. So unless you are able to capture it in the moment, which we're now set up to do, I have 3 different ways to record up to 12 channels at the same time, so we can record everything and play it back and show you what happened. All right, let's see. We've got any other questions. That gets us caught up to day 3. So possibly Alexandria Hancock still in the stand today. This morning, I don't remember her getting finished on cross-examination. Yes, I just need one more piece of equipment. Adam, last night I went ahead and ordered the all but one piece for the audio. I did a live stream where I built an audio rack, a mobile audio rack for the wireless mics and receivers and stuff like that we use when we do local venues like corporate events and things like that. And I just ordered a bunch of cables and a few more parts and pieces and some little bolts that I was missing. So those should arrive probably on Tuesday. And we'll get to finish that rack out. All right, just seeing if we have any questions here from anybody about any of the witnesses so far or about the trial in general. Natalie O says, ultimately, I think it comes down to the rules on whether or not the actor is required to check the ammo prior to a scene. Ultimately, I think it's the armorer's responsibility, just my opinion. Natalie O, this is a great question because this is the crux of the whole case. And it all weighs on the jurors. The jurors have to decide this. The jurors have to decide if the Screen Actors Guild has safety guidelines and rules that supersede something that, especially if a juror is a firearm owner themselves and has any firearm training, those basic rules that everybody, every time you're handed a gun, check to make sure it's not loaded. If the Screen Actors Guild supersedes that, then they're probably going to say not guilty. If they say, hey, it's a firearm, You're handed a gun. You do what everyone does every time you're handed a gun. You make sure it's not loaded. Then they're going to convict. And that's what it boils down to. So the prosecution did a great job laying out the case in the opening, but defense, I think, did a better job at setting the groundwork in the minds of the jury of how it works in the movies. Saying, hey, this is magic. This is movie magic. We've set up these rules and these procedures that we follow in the movies because it is different than real life. And in this setting, we have an armor that handles that for the actors. We've got another call coming in. Let's see who's this.
Call from KBF.
Hey, KBF. How are you doing this morning? This is Scott.
Hi, Scott. Yeah, I'm doing fine. I just wanted to call in because this issue keeps coming up about the rules regarding handling firearms and stuff on a movie set.
Yeah.
And I've actually had to fire a gun on stage. And there are so many rules and safety checks involved. You literally have to trust implicitly every single person on the set. And no, it is not required that you, the person who's handling the firearm on stage or in the movie, to open up the chamber to make sure it's loaded with blanks. You have to trust the armorer and then the weapons master that they've done their job correctly. In order, so when the gun goes off, you literally can't do it. Because if you open up the gun, then you've undone all of the work the people who are trained to load it properly have done, and they have to stop and do it all over again.
Yeah, I think the dilemma that falls here is that we have movie guidelines. These are guidelines, right? SAG guidelines.
Yeah.
And we have like common sense guidelines, and there's not really there's no law on this. Right? There's no law that every time you pick up a gun, you have to check it. Even me as a private citizen, there's no law about that. But there is a duty of care idea that comes in, and maybe Mr. Baldwin, knowing that he had a brand new armor because he was a producer, even though the jury's not going to hear that in this case, he was a producer.
Yeah, that's where I would hold him responsible because he's the producer or he was a producer.
Yeah.
And producers have more responsibilities. I mean, now it's not just that you're handed the prop and and that's the end of your responsibility.
There's still safety stuff you follow.
There's still stuff that we had to do. Yeah, like we had to practice the setup every single day before performance. I stood there and watched while, the gun was loaded and was handed off to the weapons master, and then she wouldn't hand it off to me until right before I got on stage. And then once I was done with it, the first thing I did was hand it back to her, and she turned it back in to the armorer. So, I mean, there are things that you can do to make sure that the weapon is loaded properly, but the responsibility for loading it properly is with the armorer and the weapons master.
Yeah. So KBF, you've got great insight into this because you've been there. You've been there on a set.
Yeah.
I don't think statistically, I'd say the odds of any juror who's sitting on the stand with your level of experience, very low, right? Most people don't get involved in the movies or don't have that opportunity. So the defense has an uphill battle trying to put them in that same experience point. Say, look, this is how it is. This is how it works. This is how it functions. Yeah. They may be able to. Obviously, we've heard, even in front of the jury, plenty of talk that there was another person charged and convicted in relation to this.
Yeah.
So that means there's definitely somebody else with responsibility. And I hear you talking about, yes, as a producer, and I mentioned this as well, producers should have some level of responsibility because they oversee everything. But if that alone were enough to convict him as a producer, we should have the other, 6 producers lined up next to him on the bench, right? And we're not doing that. So I think it was right of the judge to exclude that information that he was a producer, because if that alone would convict him, because they're not charging all the others.
Yeah, and it also depends on what he was supposed to be in charge of. Like, just because you're a producer doesn't mean you're in charge of everything. That's the executive producer. And a lot of times with these independent films, they can't pay the actor his full appearance rate. So what they'll do is they'll say, well, we can't pay you this, but we can give you a producer credit. And that helps them with the Producers Guild. And then they can form their own production companies and do their own movies. And, if it ever gets nominated for an Academy Award, they can win an Oscar because it's the producers who win the Oscars. Yeah. So it just depends. Like, okay, you're a producer, but your duties extend to final decision on who gets cast, and that would be it. And then he wouldn't have any responsibility as to who hires the armorer. Yeah. That wouldn't be his responsibility.
I'm curious that we have in this case, Alec Baldwin was not quiet after the incident. He went out and he talked. Yeah. He did a big interview. He shared publicly some statements that I think are going to be brought back and thrown at him. Definitely if he testifies. Yeah. How much do you feel him saying "I never pulled the trigger" is going to be brought back in, because we have video after video, not of the actual shooting, right? But all the period of time around it, leading up to it, where his finger was on the trigger.
Yeah, that him making all those statements, I was just like, because I'm also an attorney, and I was just like, oh my God, shut up. Don't say anything. Just
attorneys
say, oh
love
my God,
quiet clients.
just oh my God, don't talk to the cops. Don't talk to the cops. No, they're vampires. They can't come in unless you give them permission.
Yeah.
I don't know. Part of it could be excited utterance. Maybe, it was a tragic incident. I mean, the level of trust that you have to have on the set, and then to have this happen, that had to have rattled every single person on the set to the point where they didn't know which way was up. And so him saying things like, I didn't pull the trigger. I didn't pull the trigger. Maybe he didn't remember at the time. Who knows? I don't think he was lying.
Yeah, I think there was definitely no intent. I mean, if anything, that has already been proven. There was zero intent. I think on anyone's part, there's no secret conspiracy. Someone smuggling bullets in to ruin a show or get someone killed. That I'm not buying not even the tiniest scintilla of that. I think everybody was completely shocked when that gun exploded with a live round.
Yeah, when you have something like that happen, I think the worst thing I've had happen in a show is somebody falling on the set, and that rattled everybody for like several days.
From height, or
so
like from scaffolding, or
yeah, she actually slipped off the stage and fell into the orchestra pit.
Ooh.
Fortunately, there was some like padding down there because they were getting ready to bring in the orchestra. This was for a musical. That's why the pit was open in the first place. So they were bringing some padding in. That's where they put the percussion section, and that's what she landed on. But we basically had to stop rehearsal and come back the next day because it's just like the level of trust. Yeah, it sure does. And I've avoided anytime they want to block me close to the pit, I'm like, no, I'm not. No.
So KBF, you've been on an actress, and a lawyer. What else have you done? It sounds like you've led a life of intrigue and mystery. What's your history?
I've been on a case that had national and international interest, but that was back in 2008. So yeah, I've had to actually walk a media gauntlet before, and that's just not fun.
They're brutal.
And
they're brutal.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as personal space when the public wants to see what's happening.
No, and when they get in your client's face if they've just received devastating news, I may or may not have helped walk a couple of CNN cameramen into brick walls because they were walking backwards, focused, while she was sobbing.
Oh my goodness! I've never
may not have helped that.
I've never been the paparazzi style of cameraman, but my experience is on the other side, and that is carrying cameras. I've worked for the news, and I've filmed for them, and I've done some of my own stuff as well. So I've been the other side, and I see it from both sides.
Mm-hmm.
I've shown up at an incident where there's a tragedy, and it was my job not to help, but to get the camera, and it's an interesting dilemma. When you're there in that particular case, there was nothing I could do, but still watching somebody, in peril, that, just have the fire. In this case, the fire department had to go up a tree to get a guy a tree had fallen and crushed.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was not
That's
good.
horrible.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, at least you could document what happened to them. But also, one more thing. I'm actually from Laredo, but I discovered your channel after the Border Patrol serial trial.
Right, Mr. George Kelly. Oh no.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, the Border Patrol serial killer.
Yes.
And so, Burgos. No, it was somebody. Burgos was the Border Patrol guy who killed his girlfriend and baby. But no, the serial trial, because I had a lot of insight on that trial, but
Juan David
because
Ortiz.
I was here at the time. Juan David Ortiz.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Russian Aloha.
That was. I remember that day. It blows my mind that it was only a period of a few days that he was had his killing spree, because I remember my friends and I canceling going to the movies and stuff like that because we were terrified. Like all we heard was women were being killed, and there was a serial killer, and I was like, I don't even want to step outside of my house.
Yeah, it was crazy, and the fact that he knew they were chasing him and he killed again. That was just crazy.
I'm glad he's behind bars. But anyway, I just wanted to call in and give some insight on that, because I know a lot of people.
You do have experience that not many of us have, so I appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah, because it's not nonsense when they're saying that it's not the actor's responsibility to load the gun or check the gun. It literally is not under industry standards. It's not. There are things you can do, but opening up the chamber and looking at what's inside of it is not one of them.
Yeah.
So
thank you so much.
Anyway,
you're getting lots of accolades in chat. A lot of people thanking you for sharing and expressing those opinions.
Thanks.
So we look forward to talking to you again. Thanks, KBF.
Okay, great.
All right,
Thanks.
We'll see you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. This community is amazing. We have people probably in almost every profession that are represented here, even like rocket science. Amber, one of our great mods, on the phone now. How are you doing, Amber?
Good morning, everybody. I'm doing okay. It's a busy day for me, so some may see me, some may not. But don't let that confuse anybody. I'm always watching. So
I hear that in the Edna voice from Monsters, Inc. Always watching. Yes. Okay.
Specifically to Greeners and Saw, but I don't want to name it.
Okay.
But anyway, to piggyback off of the last caller, and I'm sorry, I already forgot her name.
KBF.
KBF as in Sam?
Kilo Bravo Foxtrot is what I heard.
Aha! Fantastic. So piggybacking off of what KBF said, yes, this is going to be a huge point of contention when it comes to culpability and responsibility, because those with experience and knowledge of gun safety, those people are absolutely 100%. It doesn't matter what you know or what you've done before, or you should know standard rule X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
However, she is right that it's going to come down to New Mexico law, and it's going to come down to what's in the contract for responsibility. Regardless of how this goes, doesn't matter. I foresee a lot of changes coming to contracts, role responsibilities, consent and acknowledgement agreements, because I don't understand how armorers, and they may, I don't know how they haven't had a consent form to acknowledge and accept full responsibility once they've been adequately trained on the set. So per set, once you're trained on set with that armorer, you acknowledge and accept that you are trained and you understand the following things, and you list out those most important parts. However, it is still on the armorer's responsibility list to manage and maintain weapon safety.
I think it's my understanding that in the movie industry, both like in the writer's side as well as the actor's side, they have very strong guilds or unions. So they have, I think any substantial change that will shift the burden of blame or solidify the burden of blame on the actors might be a difficult move to get passed through. Realize the actors collectively have a lot of money and have a lot of power. I think if anything, there may be some changes made in the movie set, and I think that probably if we find out, talk to people who work in this genre or this type of movie, that there are already safety protocols that they're implementing. But as far as actually a law or a rule or a guideline change that puts the actor responsible, I think that's going to be an uphill battle.
I don't, honestly. I don't foresee that being a huge point of contention. I feel like
I've been wrong before, so I can be wrong this time as well.
Well, that's true. Well, that's true. But it may not necessarily happen right away. In fact, I'm almost certain it won't. But I have a feeling that everybody collectively in that industry is going to agree that some things need to be revised, but they're not going to agree on how or what. That's what I'm predicting at this point. So basically what you're saying is we have a problem and a lot of people need to come together and they're not going to agree. This sounds like my broken utility line pole in my house. At the corner of my house, I have a telephone pole that is literally snapped off in the middle and it's just hanging there. There are like 7 companies that have to get together and figure out how to fix this, and no one is owning up. It's just sitting there. A hurricane's going to come, blow the whole thing down, and then we'll be uphill, up a creek without a paddle. But a lot of people have to come together and agree to make the changes. I think that especially if he's convicted, I think that will drive change. Oh, absolutely, 100%. Okay, that was all I needed to say. I do have some other comments after watching Uncle last night, because he did a recap of days 1 and 2, so I didn't have to go back and watch both days. You're speaking of Runkle of the Bailey, Ian Runkle, great Canadian lawyer, legal lawyer, firearms expert, and YouTuber, great friend. Yes. So I don't have to go back and watch testimony really to catch up. So I do have some other commentary on some of the testimony, especially regarding the phone call Alec made in the interrogation room to his wife. I have some thoughts on that and a couple of other things, but I'll call in later. Okay, we haven't heard those yet in court. I'm not sure what's coming in and what isn't. Yeah, you did. Did we? They argued it yesterday. But we heard the phone call? I don't know if the phone call ultimately came in, but it was a point of contention and an issue for argument yesterday. They argued it before the judge on the redactions, right? That was the redaction talk. So it's what's going to come in. So yes, you're right. We did hear some of that, but I don't think it's been presented as evidence to the jury. Correct. Okay. Correct. Awesome. Sounds good. Amber, thanks again for all you do, not just here in the channel, on the scenes where everyone can see, but on the backside as well, keeping me informed and up to date and out of trouble. So appreciate you. Absolutely. You and all are great mods. Just as a side note, yeah. Oh, well, thank you. I try. But it is a team effort, and teamwork makes the dream work, and we've got a great team. On a side note, I'm going to put the bug in your ear. See what I did there? Yes, thank you. You're welcome. I'm going to put the bug in your ear that I have a proposal for you that we should married. Talk about. Oh, not that kind of proposal. Different proposal. So all right. Good. All right. Let me know. When we've got time, call me on lunch or something. If you're not, I know you're busy today, but we'll do that. Sounds good. I can do that. All righty. All right. Thanks, Amber. Guys. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
All right. Denise Dominguez gifted a membership, and it went to Elise Martin. Congratulations, Elise. Keep up the chatter. Says, best times right here. Love my family. RA family, 7 months. I love your profile picture. I'm not a cat. That art style, I like that. It says yak, 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 yak. Sometimes that's what I do. Yak, 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 yak. All right. We have another. Oh, look, AZ. Welcome to the gallery. Good to have your AZ heart. I love the profile as well. Look at that sunset and the what kind of tax is that? It starts with an S, right? What kind of cactus is that? Sorrero or something cactus? Sororo? I don't remember. It's a cactus. That's beautiful. Jenny, GA, I'm conflicted on this case. As am I. This is a tough one. All right. Any other questions? It's a spiky cactus. It has spines. Yes, it does. Saguaro. Thank you, Kiki's Garden. Kiki's Garden, by the way, Kiki has her own YouTube channel that, believe it or not, she features her garden. And you can go watch her as she cares for plants and everything. It's great. You're going to love it. It's very relaxing. I like to pop in there and see the latest video. Kiki, thank you. And by the way, Denise Dominguez, Denise Dominguez, I'm sorry, my eyes are going bad. Always fun to be here. 13 months. You've passed the year mark. You have the orange courthouse, and it looks great. Thank you very much. Also, Melissa T says, ready for the spicy day. We're 6 months in right there. Yellow courthouse. You are ready to go as well. Looks like the cats are ready too. All right. Did I say sombrero? That's the hat. I know the sombrero is the hat. Have we started yet? We're waiting for a court to start. People are still just trying to file into the courtroom. They're bringing boxes and stuff like that. No video from court really just yet, other than just something on the wall or the door. There's really not much to see. Melissa says, that just made me think of your cactus and the beautiful letter you wrote. Oh, I wonder if I'm going to be able to visit my cactus when I head back out west next month. That might be something fun to do. I'd like to visit my cactus. Mr. Baldwin just making it into court right now. Got the coffee, a couple legal pads, 3 legal pads. I'm thinking it's an iced coffee because it's a big green straw. Is that iced coffee? There's Mr. Spyro, his attorney, who I really am liking. I like him. I wish he did a little better job admitting evidence. Like he doesn't follow the steps of laying foundation very well, but I really do like him. He's a good guy. He gets pretty spicy, and I love the way he looks at the jury when he thinks that the other side's doing something a little bit crazy, a little bit either unethical or strange or rude. He always looks at the jury like, "Are you guys seeing this? Can you believe this?" Every single time. Watch him when he's up and there's an objection. Next time, I think, can't tell. Let's see. We'll bring you stuff just as soon as it happens, but we've got nothing quite yet. It's just exit sign. All right. Saguaro. I will mispronounce things till the day I die. I don't know what it is. I struggle with some words. Where's our counter? Let me bring you our counter. We are box source. 4 is 4. DSK 2. There we go. There's our counter. We have 241 as our spec counter right now. We'll keep tabs on this. I would ask, we don't need everyone to say 241. And if I miss some, you don't have to keep telling me what it is. I'll just update if I'm off doing something and we miss 2 or 3 updates. I'll just update it to the next number. Just keep track of it. You just have to say it one time and we'll get it. We don't need to spam chat with all of the, Here's what I'll say: if you are putting the number every time you catch one in chat, and you see in chat that there were 6 people before you that put the number in, we probably don't need that many people doing that. The problem is it makes chat go so quickly that it's hard to read some of the words. But we do need somebody to step up and be our ninja counter for the day. Bummed no Hannah in court today. Dang it, Eddie. I think did they change the plan? The word was that she was going to show up. I'm not seeing anything to the contrary. I think she's still going to be there, just brought over from the jail. But that might have changed. You might have heard something before I did. So, why did Baldwin leave the courtroom yesterday? Gene, I'm not sure. What we know is at that moment, he was basically being called a liar by the state. There were some pretty pointed words being said about him. And he was, I'd have to go back and I'd try to read his lips, because he asked his lawyer a question, something. He might have said, I need to go or something. But he did. He just got up and left. And Mr. Spiro was shocked, absolutely, like, whoa, wait, no, you can't. That was his look. He's like, whoa, what's happening? You can't do that. And then, Your Honor, can we approach? We don't know exactly what happened. It might have been, look, I need a restroom break. I got to go. It could have been something as simple as that, or it could have been something a little spicier. It was like, I'm not going to sit here for this. I'm out. And that particular part of the trial, that motions hearing, the jury was not there for that. But I think we're about ready to start. Let's see if we've got.
Let us argue your motion.
Your Honor, just very briefly, first, given the nature of this, can Corporal Hancock step out of the room?
Oh, yes.
That's okay.
I'm intending to take testimony from her. She can step out before I do that.
Sure.
So Corporal Hancock steps out because of what they're going to talk about. I believe Corporal Hancock, during the Halyna Gutierrez trial, she was very confident at first and then went to a hair fort.
I just want to alert the court to, and I'm going to bring in a photograph that somebody sent to my office, and I'll come up to the lectern, if that's okay.
Yes, I would think you would argue at the lectern.
Well, this is just a side issue that I've asked Mr. Nickus to address the court on the motion.
Okay,
this
fine.
is just quick, and if it takes out of our time, it does. But, and I get many sort of inbound emails that I don't obviously read everyone or take everyone seriously, but I got one last night that indicated that the cameras are catching Miss Morrissey signaling witnesses while they're on the witness stand. And, I really...
Did you look to see if that was true?
I was sent a photograph that concerned me. And I felt obligated, and like I said to the court, I try to not make these issues. This is a high-pressure case. I've been in many. There have been more issues in this case than I have ever seen in all of those cases combined. And so I'm sort of at a loss, but to bring it to the court's attention. So I've asked them to print me the photograph that was sent to me. I can't just continue to give the benefit of the doubt on every single thing that's occurred in this case. I just can't. And so I'll be turning that into the court. And I would just say, at every turn of this, right, it's from the original case. It was, I understand and very much respect the court's rulings on everything, frankly. The grand jury, it survived, and there's no remedy. I get that. And, they destroyed the gun and we have that hearing and there's no remedy, and I get that. And it's just at a certain point, and the Brady discipline.
I did give you a remedy, but okay.
Well,
I didn't give you the remedy you wanted, but yes.
Fair enough. But Well, one might say not a remedy given all of the circumstances that has a meaningful impact at this trial. And so, and then we had the Brady disclosures, and I could keep going, and I'm not going to because we've limited time. But there's just never been any. It's just, I don't know how much of it can happen with it.
Okay, let's do this. Where's the picture?
I'm having somebody print it.
Okay. All right. I am aware of what you're saying, but we're
going to jump to a different feed here.
Picture.
Just 1 second.
Okay. Now, let's go to the arguments of this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you can, show me what you're talking about.
Wow.
And I did get it, so thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Since we did submit the written briefing, I will try to be brief, but I think it'd be helpful to build out some of the facts so Your Honor has the chronology of how this happened and has the factual pieces to understand the severity of what's happened.
Okay.
So on November 1st, 2021, shortly after the Rust incident, Seth Kenny's on the...
Just one moment. I need Faith to get me my notebook.
Of course.
My notebook. I brought it up yesterday. Might even be in my computer bag. Okay. I'm going to go ahead. I'll take notes on this. All right. Go ahead.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So November 1st, 2021, Seth Kenny is on a phone call with Corporal Hancock. At that point, we've heard about Seth Kenny's involvement in this, his effort to pry into what's going on with the prop card and the bullets. And so on that phone call, he's telling Corporal Hancock, then Detective Hancock, that he believes he knows where the live bullet came from. He dials in a guy named Teskey, who we heard about yesterday in testimony. Teskey gets on the line and Seth says, tell Detective Hancock what you know. And he says, well, Fel Reed dropped off a batch of live ammunition at my business because I have a safer place to store it. And after that, Fel shows up, grabs some of the live ammunition and leaves some behind. And that's what I know. And Seth says, well, that could be from the same batch that killed Halyna Hutchins. Could be a match. He says, and it's Fel Reed and it's Hannah Gutierrez Reed. That's the one who's responsible here, pushing it off on Gutierrez Reed as the source of the live ammunition, just as the state has done in this case. He says, thank you very much. He gets off the phone. Fel says, Teskey says, I'll take a picture. I'm not in front of my computer, not in front of my ammunition. I'll send it in an hour. He sends a picture of 4 bullets. Ms. Morrissey is going to hold that up to you and say, these are the 4 bullets you knew about this. That was from 2021. Detective Hancock does not preserve the other live ammunition that's at Teskey's property, even though he told her this could be from the live ammunition batch that matches the bullet that killed Halyna Hutchins. 2 years later, November 2nd, 2023, there's a PTI of Teskey. Ms. Morrissey's asking questions, and she starts probing further into the live ammunition that Teskey had previously said was given to him by Fel Reed. And she says, do you still have some of that ammunition? He says, well, some of it, but I've been out shooting it over the last 2 years because Detective Hancock did not preserve it over that time period. Ms. Morrissey probes further. Where'd it come from? Tell me your story. He says, well, Fel dropped it off. He then picked some up, and he went with Seth Kenny to the 1883 Yellowstone movie, where he was teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. He then went to another movie with Seth Kenny, teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. And Seth Kenny then took a green ammo can with that live ammunition in it and brought it home with him. He says that could be the live ammunition from that green ammo can that killed Halyna Hutchins. Ms. Morrissey says, I want you to preserve that. And do you think there's any evidence that this was sabotage? And he says, well, actually, Seth Kenny called me while Rust was shooting, telling me he wanted to get Hannah Gutierrez Reed fired. But he didn't know how to do it because he was concerned about upsetting Fel Reed. significant armor in the business, as Your Honor knows. And so he says, I don't have evidence that there was sabotage, but that's what I know, and I still have this ammunition. As we know, Sarah Zachary, the one who threw the live bullets away, or bullets away, we don't know, live or not, threw bullets away after the incident on Rust, admitted that.
Here's your notebook, ma'am.
Was on set, texting with Seth Kenney, angry with Hannah, on the license, excuse me, the ATF report for the Pieta that was involved in this accident. She was on set. They were close, we know that. And so Ms. Morrissey says, you hold on to that evidence and I'll come get it, in essence. She never does. November 2023. Fast forward to March 6, 2024. The end of Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's trial. Teskey's in Santa Fe. Sees what happens, shows up at the sheriff's office, as we heard from Ms. Popple, and delivers that live ammunition that Hancock had not preserved, that Ms. Morrissey had not collected, that he believed could be from the same batch, from that same green ammo can that we care about, that matched the bullet that killed Halyna Hutchins. We heard, Your Honor, what Ms. Popple did with it. They buried it. I'd like to say charitably that it was under the pile of the 5501 information that they didn't disclose, but that's even too charitable because they put it under a different case with a different number. We asked March 26th, we want all of the ammunition from the Rust set that you've collected. April 16th, we show up for that viewing. We want all the live ammunition from the Rust set that you collected. It's not there. After Teskey had turned it in, after Ms. Popple had created the report, the supplemental report she said she created when she took this in and did not disclose to us, it was not there. Now, Your Honor, we don't know if it's the live ammunition match or not. But what we do know is the state had it, it's disclosable under Giglio, it's disclosable under 5501, and there's a case on point, Your Honor, State versus Allison, where a criminal defendant had been charged with conspiracy, aggravated assault, dishonest related crimes, and he had an arrest record in the prosecution's possession. He had a statement and an arrest record. It was not disclosed under 5501. The criminal defendant shows up at trial and testifies. He's a great guy, honest, no criminal record. The prosecution whips out his arrest record and his statement, disclosable under 5501, which it never disclosed, and said not true. Court breaks. Defendant says, you didn't disclose that under 5501. And the prosecution says, who cares? He's up on the stand lying. This would not have been favorable to him at all. And so, Judge, I want a continuance. Give them a continuance. That's their remedy. Come back tomorrow. I'll disclose everything. I'll make it all right. And then we'll continue. Trial court says, fine, I'll give you that continuance. Limited remedy. You'll have all the information. Do with it what you will. If it's negative, fine. If it's not, that's for you to use at trial. He's convicted. It gets appealed. It ends up in the Supreme Court of New Mexico. That decision was reversed. A continuance is not adequate in those circumstances. They're in the middle of trial. The defendant would have done things differently. The defendant would have opened differently, would have asked questions differently. Too much about where the source, in this case, of the live bullet came in before this was presented at trial. The court said it doesn't matter if the defendant knew or should have known of it. What we're talking about here is not the defendant's knowledge, not whether it matches, not matches, not whether his criminal arrest record would have hurt him or not. We're talking about the conduct of the prosecution. And that's exactly what we're talking about here, Your Honor. We're talking about a prosecution that didn't preserve those bullets, that didn't collect them at all, that didn't turn them over, that we already have a 5501 culpability finding with respect to the last set of information. And, Your Honor, the bottom line is we've got 5501 violation, culpability, we don't need to show bad faith. We've got a Brady violation. We've got a Giglio violation. Now, this is critical evidence in the case that was never disclosed to us. We heard Ms. Morrissey say, I'm going to have Detective Hancock come in and testify.
They want
we could have Ms. Popple testify. They could say it doesn't match, et cetera, et cetera. It does not matter. It did not matter in Allison. We were entitled to it. The continuance is not a sufficient remedy. This case should be dismissed, Your Honor. This is over and over and over and over again.
They want a dismissal.
And Your Honor, you've given them a fair chance. You said, grand jury, as Mr. Spiro said, you said, I'm going to give you a remedy on Trumbetta. I'm going to limit it. I'm going to give you your remedy. You've given them more than enough opportunities, Your Honor. This is not the first time. It's not the second time. It's not even the third time. It's time for this case to be dismissed, Your Honor. That's what Brady requires. That's what Giglio requires. That's what 501 requires. As Your Honor knows, we've got remedies in the alternative, but this is the one that's right for this moment. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Ms. Morrissey?
Powerful argument. We've got the motion that they filed this under right here. They're asking for sanctions. Reading through it now. Alec has different glasses on. Miss Morrissey has had 2 different sets so far. A different one each day. Still haven't seen the photo of Miss Morrissey.
Your Honor, there have been absolutely no violations of our obligations as prosecutors. I want to walk you through everything that has occurred in this regard, everything that these defense attorneys knew well before today, and everything that was also disclosed to Ms. Gutierrez's counsel. So what you can see from the transcript of Mr. Teskey's interview during the Gutierrez case prior to her trial is that Mr. Teskey is Thel Reed's close friend. And Mr. Teskey stores Mr. Reed's ammunition. And the reason that he stores it for Mr. Reed is because Mr. Reed lives in a single-wide mobile home that doesn't have a lot of security, and because he's a professional armorer, he has a bunch of guns and ammunition. Mr. Teskey is a retired police officer who has a whole bunch of security at his property. So Thel Reed has 300 rounds of live .45 caliber ammunition. And he and Seth Kinney are hired by the producers for the show 1883. Everything that I want you to know, Your Honor, everything that I'm telling the court, Mr. Bowles has this information, and these people have this information. So nothing I'm telling the court is new. So they get hired on this to do what's called a cowboy training on the set of 1883. So the cowboy training is where gun experts, that being Thel Reed and Seth Kinney, take the actors to shoot real guns with real ammunition so that they have a better idea of the recoil and how the gun is actually supposed to look, and to help them with their acting techniques. In fact, the fact that production companies do this was actually something that Mr. Baldwin pointed out to Detective Hancock during his interview. He himself has done this with a production company. So when they're through with the cowboy training camp in Texas, they've got some rounds left over. And Seth Kinney says, I'm going to take these. And Thel Reed lets him take them. So, and let me back up. When they originally went to the cowboy training camp in Texas, they didn't take all of Thel's ammunition. They took a certain amount of it, and Thel left some in Troy Teskey's garage. All of this ammunition came from the same place. This was all from basically the same batch of ammunition that Thel Reed had, that he got from a manufacturer from an ammunition manufacturer in Kingman, Arizona named Joe Swanson. So they take 300 of his rounds, they go do the cowboy training camp. Seth Kinney then takes the leftover rounds back to PDQ. So then what happens is Mr. Bowles begins to tell Detective Hancock, hey, you need to go execute a search warrant at PDQ because there's this green ammo can that Seth Kinney took after the 1883 training camp. Hancock, to her credit, takes Mr. Bowles at his word. She gets a search warrant. She goes to PDQ. What Mr. Bowles said would be there was there, and you've seen pictures of it. There's a green ammo can, says 1883 live ammunition. They take it. They send it to the FBI for testing. Not only does it not look like the live rounds from Rust, but it has a different chemical composition. So at that point in time, Hancock has kind of realized, I think, that she's being led down this path by Mr. Bowles that's coming from Thel Reed. Thel Reed is trying to slough everything off on Seth Kinney. So I want to show you when Seth Kinney is with Detective Hancock, what Mr. Nickus was referring to, he reaches out to Teskey because he's there with Hancock, and he says, hey, send me a photo of the live rounds that you have left over, because I'm giving her the live rounds from my green can. I think he just gave her some of them. They hadn't executed the search warrant at that point in time. Teskey says, okay, and he sends to Seth Kinney, you can see November 1st, he sends him that photograph of the live rounds that are in his possession. When you look at that photograph, and I'll blow it up for you, you can tell these are not similar to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. Detective Hancock gets this information from Mr. Kinney. Ultimately, though, still goes ahead and executes her search warrant, as she should. I come into this case, I look at the ammunition that was taken from PDQ. I understand from the witnesses that the ammunition was sourced originally from Thel Reed. It was sourced from Hannah's dad. It's not a match. Not only is it not a match when you look at it, it's not a match when you send it to the FBI and you ask them to conduct chemical testing. So this is a wild goose chase. This has no evidentiary value whatsoever. This is simply a man trying to protect his daughter, and he's doing it by providing information that doesn't even match. He's trying to provide evidence that doesn't even match the evidence that was found at the scene. So then let's cut to November of 2023. We do a pretrial interview of Mr. Teskey. Let me back up. Detective Hancock reached out when she got this photograph. She reached out to Mr. Teskey, and she'll testify to this. If you want her to testify under oath, I'm happy to have her do it. She reached out to Mr. Teskey and she said, hey, you know, because you appear to be cooperative, can you just package that stuff up and mail it to me? Because he's in Arizona. He's not here in New Mexico. And he never does. He never sends it to her. She doesn't pursue it because on its face, it's not the same ammunition. Let's cut to November 2023. We're doing the pretrial interview of Troy Teskey, where he talks about the ammunition and he talks about what he knows, what information he has about the relevance of this ammunition. What's also very important, and I can have under oath testimony to this fact also, this pretrial interview that was done over Zoom was, well, Mr. Bowles was there, so this was never kept from Gutierrez's lawyers. It was her lawyers that were bringing it to us, so there was no issue there. The jury was completely misled yesterday. So this pretrial interview that takes place in November of 2023 is uploaded to our Discovery server. And when it's uploaded to the server, Mr. Baldwin hasn't been indicted yet. When he is ultimately indicted, everything that is on that server is taken and it's put on a hard drive, and it's sent, I believe, to Ms. Clark, who isn't here right now. And certainly Mr. James is happy to testify that it was uploaded to the server, that he downloaded it onto that hard drive, and he provided it to Mr. Baldwin's counsel. So the jury was misled again yesterday when Mr. Spiro indicated we had no idea about any of this. They've had it the entire time.
I don't want to hear about how the jury was misled. I just want to...
So when I have the pretrial interview with Troy Teske, if the court wants to know the reason that we didn't actually get the ammunition from him is because I said, since he's out of state, and we'd have to get another law enforcement agency basically to go pick it up and take it and send it to us, I said, have him send me a picture of it so that I can determine whether it has any evidentiary value, and I can speak to my case agent about it. The photograph that was sent to me is the photograph in the middle. That is not the same ammunition. You can tell from looking at it. It has a different projectile shape. That's not the same projectile shape. That's not the same casing. This isn't a Starline brass casing. And it also has brass primers and not silver primers. So I decided, I agreed with Detective Hancock, this has no evidentiary value. We're not going to continue to go down this rabbit hole. I want the court to know that the photographs that I spoke to Detective Hancock about yesterday, where it does appear that Ms. Gutierrez has the live ammunition in her own hand that was taken a little more than a month after Ms. Hutchins died, those are on the right. So you can see the bottom photo, you can see the Starline brass casing, you can see the nickel primer, and then when you look up here, you can see the shape of the projectile. It's a spot-on match for the live rounds. There is absolutely nothing about the ammunition that Troy Teske had that has any evidentiary value in the Gutierrez case. It has no evidentiary value in the Baldwin case. This feels like asking us to go to every sporting goods store, collect all of their .45 caliber ammunition, and send it off for testing. We're not required to do that. It simply doesn't have any evidentiary value, and the defense was aware of it. If the court, let me check my notes real quick. And another thing that's really important about the transcript of Mr. Teske's pretrial interview is he does not say this is the same ammunition that killed Halyna Hutchins. He says, that's what Seth Kinney told me. Well, we've interviewed Seth Kinney countless times, and he's testified before Your Honor, and that is not what he says. He does not support that. So Mr. Teske indicated during his pretrial interview that he had no personal knowledge of whether or not this ammunition had anything to do with what was happening on the set of Rust. That all came from Seth. We investigated Seth. We talked to Seth. The only way that this has, on the best of days, for this to be relevant information for even Ms. Gutierrez, it's not at all relevant to Mr. Baldwin, but even for Ms. Gutierrez, it has to actually have some exculpatory value. And you can tell from the pictures on the right, it doesn't. It doesn't have any exculpatory value. And I want the court to keep in mind, Hannah Gutierrez, when she was working on the set of The Old Way in August, before she came to New Mexico to work on the set of Rust, she sent Seth Kenney a text message. And in that text message, she said, "Is it okay with you if I shoot live rounds out of the set guns?" And Seth Kenney responded and said, "No, don't do that." In fact, what he says is, "It always ends in tears." It did this time. Hannah Gutierrez admits to law enforcement that she loaded the gun. She points out the box of dummy rounds that she was sourcing ammunition from. During her November interview, she holds up a picture of the exact same box and says, "I got this from my dad. My dad wanted me to show you the boxes of dummy rounds that we use." And it was a spot-on match. She actually indicated that she got the box of dummy rounds from her own father. None of this is exculpatory at all. This is the exact same batch of ammunition that has already been sent to the FBI and tested, because it all came from the same place. There's no reason for us to do it again. Thank you.
Your Honor, I don't know at this moment if the court is intending to take evidence or not, so...
She didn't call anybody.
Okay.
I can, if the court...
It is your presentation. I'm not going to tell you what to do on your presentation.
I'll do it then. We'll take evidence. If my offer of proof isn't enough, I'm happy to go witnesses up.
I just wanted to say one thing to the court, which is just simply that Ms. Morrissey, in her presentation, didn't say one word. Not one word.
Isn't this properly for Mr.
Well, I don't even. Well, he was making a legal argument. If we're going to do an evidentiary hearing, there won't going to be multiple lawyers involved. But so I would just simply point out that there wasn't one word about what was actually turned in. I don't know if the court realizes that. That was all about stuff that happened. All
right. Thank you. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Nikas.
I'll be very brief, Your Honor. If this evidence wasn't as important as we say it is, they would have turned it over. The fact that they concealed it, the fact that they put it under a separate document number, didn't disclose the supplemental report, didn't disclose the bullets, didn't bring them to the April 6th evidentiary viewing, if it was that irrelevant, it had no evidentiary value, it would have been there, Your Honor, number one. Number two, Ms. Morrissey does not get to determine what has evidentiary value and what doesn't. 5501 says it's required to be disclosed, period, full stop. And in fact, in the Allison case, it was not exculpatory. It was inculpatory. It was the defendant's own arrest record and his own lies to the state. And yet the fact that it was required to be disclosed under 5501 and the fact that it was not meant, period, full stop. We're not going to have a mini trial about this in the middle of the trial. That's exactly what the Supreme Court reversed the lower court for doing, what Ms. Moore is asking you to do. It didn't matter. It was inculpatory, but the trial would have been conducted differently. And because it would have been conducted differently, and that's exactly the truth here, this goes to credibility, it goes to the government's bias, improper motivation and incompetence. I'm taking those exact words from the motion in limine ruling that Your Honor made. That goes into evidence. It's relevant to Popple's credibility, to Hancock's credibility. It relates to every single thing we've planned in this entire case, Your Honor. And right in the middle of it, Ms. Morrissey doesn't tell you what was actually turned in. She shows you a picture from 2021, a subset of the rounds that were turned in by Teskey, a subset. He said he shot a bunch of rounds in those 2 years. The picture was only of 4. This is critical evidence, Your Honor, and whether Seth Kenney is right or wrong, or how we debate whether he was involved or not involved, that's completely irrelevant, because what we know is we don't have those bullets, and they were required to be disclosed so we could put on the case that's fair. And that's exactly what Brady says, Your Honor. Brady says that the administration of justice requires fairness. That was the entire premise of the decision. Fairness. And that's all we've wanted from the beginning, Your Honor. And you've given them chance after chance after chance, and there are no more chances, Your Honor. Brady says it, Giglio says it, 5501 requires it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before I, and we can take testimony later if you all want, but I'm going to order that the state, by 11:30 this morning, produce the supplemental report, the file itself, and anything in it, and also the
that's not enough.
The rounds.
May I respond?
I'm not finished.
Okay.
And the rounds that Ms. Popple took from Mr. Teskey.
I want the court to understand that last night the defense reached out to Ms. Popple and said, we want you to bring the rounds to court tomorrow. And she got their message, and then they reached out to her again and said, no, never mind. We don't want you to bring the rounds to court tomorrow.
Thank you, Ms. Morrissey. Thank you, Ms. Morrissey.
I have them.
I don't. Okay, where are they?
They're here. I'll go get her.
All right.
Oh my goodness. Okay, first of all, don't let the door hit you.
Well,
wow.
actually, I want testimony from Ms. Popple on how she retrieved those. So I don't need the box. Tell her I need Popple.
Bring Miss Popple back. Oh, okay. This shows the judge is currently on the side of defense. Their defense, she's agreeing with them. Now she's not on their side, but she's agreeing with them in this argument. They have to play a careful line here. They want to get as much mileage as they possibly can from this action, which they believe that the judge is indicating that the state was in the wrong. They want as much mileage as possible, but they can't push too hard, or the judge is going to, back. She's already on edge. Okay, she's going to go back on them. They're asking for a dismissal. This is dismissal with prejudice. Okay, this is a dismissal where they say, look, you've messed this up. You've ruined this case so much. There's no way my client can get a fair trial because of what you've done. You've deprived him of the right to put on the case that he wants to by saying, we're going to give you the evidence you want. And if we think it's not relevant evidence, then you just won't get it. The judge says that's not how.
I have tendered the supplemental report to the defense.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Have a seat.
Judge
Talking
has,
to the microphone. I would like to read the report.
questions.
May I see the report?
Yes.
Okay, we still haven't talked about, we talked about it, but we have not seen the picture that this all motion started with the accusation that Morrissey is signaling witnesses from the bench, or from from her seat at the table, giving them answers as to how, or giving them cues as to how to respond. This is very, very spicy. The judge does not seem inclined with her initial ruling to grant the dismissal that the defense is asking for. So they're going to be upset. They're going to try to push for a little bit more and say that's not enough. But let's see what they're able to get out of this one. Judge is speed reading the report, just ripping through it. I will say the argument the defense made about the improper turning over of evidence is a very strong one. It was solid. This was not a stretch. It doesn't matter. The fact that Miss Morrissey got up there and said it wasn't relevant, it wasn't, it didn't really matter. It wasn't going to help them. And I decided not to turn it over. That was bad. And it's been addressed previously in major rulings. So I think the judge has to be on the side of the defense here. How far she punishes the state, that's what's left to be seen. This is still investigation for her, getting the full scope of the picture, what happened, how this all went down. Does she use her glasses as a signal? Probably. So now, surprise, surprise, we are going back in time. We have Miss Popple back on the stand. She was from day 1 and day 2. So she is a surprise first witness outside the presence of the jury. The jury will not see this at all.
Where is this box of evidence?
In the other room.
I'd like to see it. Do you need to do it, Martine? I need the box of evidence.
Get the ammo. Bring in the ammo. So Ms. Popple's going to testify about how she received this box of ammunition. Or at least, I'm not sure if the judge will inquire or if the state will. But I'm sure the judge has questions herself. Glasses are off now. We're up to 280 for Miss Morrissey. We still have the signaling witnesses issue to address. We believe the defense has now printed off the picture and will be providing that. We don't expect to see that ourselves, but we could probably do a little homework and see if we can find that moment, especially if they indicate there's gloves.
Have you all inspected this?
No, we have not yet. No.
Well, how do we want to do it? I want to look at it.
I do too.
The judge is gloving up.
Well, do you want me to ask the questions first? I have some questions of this witness.
You can ask first, but as long as I can answer.
You know she means business when she's...
Can I open this martini?
ASMR. I've never seen the judge put on gloves before.
Anywhere? Like, not in the middle. I mean, up at the top? Oh. Anywhere's fine? Maybe you need gloves, too. Do you have gloves?
Everybody gets gloves.
Can you get some additional? So anywhere, I can just cut into it. Okay.
She's going to just dump them out on her desk?
There should be there's a separate
All right.
area.
I'm going to have you. This is unusual, but if you all don't mind, and if there's any objection, I'm going to have her step down, and when I ask her a question about which is which, she will put it out. Is that all right with everybody?
However you want to do it.
Okay,
sure.
so I just need you to have some gloves.
The state is very agreeable right now because
And we're going to go right there.
getting their butt whooped.
And you all can approach, too, so you don't have to...
So the witness is at the...
I don't want you asking questions
the
yet.
lawyer's
But I do... Can you move that?
lectern. They might be using the Elmo here. Everybody is gloving up.
All right, please pull out the 3 Starline brass 45 Colt. Just put the color. You need to refer to... You have your report.
I have the report.
Cindy RN, thanks for gifting the membership. Went to Sarah Barra. Judge is down in the well. All the lawyers have gathered. This is a picture in and of itself. Judge is directly handling the ammunition, holding up the Starline brass, looking at the primers.
Let's do the 2 DHA 45 Colt with silver and color primer.
I've never seen anything like this. Never seen the judge open the evidence bag.
I will be gloves are necessary.
Well, that's your opinion. Thank you.
Oh, she's mad. Morris said, "I don't think gloves are necessary," and the judge snapped back. Well, that's your opinion. Thank you.
Those will be 2 BHA 45 Colt with silver and color primer.
Yes, Judge.
Oh, look at the body language. This is not good for the state. Defense doing the right thing and not grinning from ear to ear in this moment.
1 CBC 45 Colt with brass and color primer.
That would be this one.
All right.
I can't take the sound up. They're all away from the microphone, so we have to crank the gain up to get their
3
noise.
PHA 45 Colt with brass and color primer.
Matthew, great live today. Thank you so much for the shout out. Everybody go watch. If you need a will, Matthew Harris told you how to do it on his live stream this morning. Did a great job of it.
And 1 Winchester 45 Colt. I don't know if we need the Winchester.
That one.
2 Winchester 45 Colt.
This is an assortment of ammunition.
Silver primer with brass primer, silver casing.
Okay, got that. Okay, 1 SIG 45 Colt. All right, and then 10 Starline brass 45 Colt.
Wow.
All right, so do we have the microphone close by? Can you pick this up? Are you picking it up?
Yes.
We've got one here.
All right, so point out to me, let me ask you this.
This is for the witness.
Did Ziegler tested the rounds in the Halyna Gutierrez case, correct?
Yes.
He didn't test any further rounds after the Halyna Gutierrez case?
No.
Okay. In the Halyna Gutierrez case, can you point out what types he did test from here?
I'm uncertain what types he tested.
This is a witness testifying, Ms. Morrissey. Please stop.
Miss Morrissey's trying to
We
help
sent
her.
all of the.
All right, let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize any of these types of bullets to have been gathered on the Halyna Gutierrez, on the rust set?
The Starline brass with silver primer are similar to what was collected on set.
And everything that was collected on set went to Ziegler?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions, but I'll certainly allow some cross-examination. I don't know if you want to be there with her or what.
If she could take the witness chair.
Miss Morrissey can't coach her here. Let's see what defense does with this. Look at the disgust. The judge is mad that she even had to do that. Judges don't like walking where no one has paved before them. That judge knew that she was in uncharted territory.
I'm just going to pass the witness up, because we're not fully set up, the copy of the spent shell casing that was recovered on the scene of rough. And you would agree with me, right, that it's the same as the bottom of the bullets that you just provided to the court?
Yes, it's Starline brass 45 Colt with a silver primer.
So when I asked you yesterday, didn't he turn in ammunition that matched the ammunition that killed Ms. Hutchins? It's true that he did, correct?
And I did not recall at that time.
I understand that that's your position, but that's what in fact happened. Would you agree?
I would not use the word match without there being an additional analysis.
Well, who got to decide whether there would be additional analysis?
That was not myself.
It wasn't the defense, though, right? We didn't know about it.
I don't know what you were aware of.
Okay. Well, you know that we came to have an evidence viewing where we asked to see every single round that could be related to the rust set, and this was hidden from us. You do know that.
This was not hidden.
This was not hidden?
This was under a case number. It was documented. I was instructed to document it under this case number.
Okay, so in this case that's under the rust investigation case number, you would agree with me there's hundreds of things that you inventoried, right?
Yes.
There are hundreds of police reports that all relate to the same case number, right?
Yes.
The one thing that seems to have been put under a different case number is just this one discovery of the actual ammunition that matches the ammunition from the set of rust.
This was put under a doc information of someone coming in claiming to have rounds that were not utilized in a case.
Okay, well, let's examine that for a second. When Seth Kenny comes into the precinct and he gives you ammunition, you vouchered it, right?
I was instructed to collect the ammunition from Seth Kenny.
Well, let me take a step back for a second just to make something clear. Investigator Popple, you're following orders, right, when you're doing these things, correct?
Can you please stop referring to me as investigator because it's creating a misnomer?
Okay, well, how would you? I apologize.
I'm a crime scene technician. I'm not an investigator.
Okay, I'm only doing that because it's shorter than crime scene technician.
CST works.
Perfect. Okay, CST Popple. When you took the, you're effectively following orders when you're deciding whether to voucher this or voucher the Seth Kenny evidence, right?
You keep using the word voucher, and I'm not sure what context you're using it.
Yeah, I apologize for that word choice. When you inventory and make a report, I think your testimony is you're doing it at the direction of supervisors. Is that fair?
Most of the time, yes.
Okay. So when Seth Kenny walks into the precinct and gives you ammunition and says it's from the Rust case, you all inventoried it, right?
Yes.
You took photos of it, right?
Yes.
You put it under the Rust case number, right?
Yes.
You turned it over to the defense, right?
According to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Somebody else comes in to the precinct, okay? A man named Troy Teskey, right?
Yes.
Who was a former police officer, right?
I believe he stated that, yes.
Okay. And I assume you all have the diligence to be able to confirm that, right?
I do not know if it was confirmed or not.
Okay. And he comes in and he also tells you he has evidence, right?
He told us 3 years later, after a trial, that he had evidence that the defense wanted him to use that he no longer wanted to hold on to.
Okay, let's break that down for a second, right? Mr. Teskey isn't involved in your meetings with the prosecutors and Corporal Hancock's meetings with the prosecutors up until the trial, was it?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so doesn't it make sense that he would have seen the trial on television, been completely outraged at what he was watching, not trusted law enforcement, and then walked it into the precinct? Doesn't that make sense?
I do not know what would make sense to Mr. Teskey.
Okay, didn't he in fact tell you, I don't trust Miss Morrissey and the prosecutors?
He did not state that to me.
He didn't on your oath? You're sure about that?
I do not recall him stating that.
So he turns this round in, and you, when he turns it in, obviously recognize it as Starline brass.
Incoming notes.
Nickel primer, Colt 45, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not as if he came in and just turned in a bunch of shells, right?
He did turn in a whole bunch of shells.
Okay, but he didn't just turn in shells, right?
He turned in multiple different 45 rounds.
I'll ask the question a third time. He didn't just turn in shells, did he?
He turned in multiple 45 rounds.
Including rounds that matched the round that struck Ms. Hutchins, right?
Again, I wouldn't use the word match without further analysis.
And the reason that we don't have further analysis is you all didn't send this to the FBI for further analysis, did you?
We did not.
Right? Because if you had, it would have potentially proven the fact that all along this ammunition did come from Seth Kenny. Isn't that true?
What I was informed of by Mr. Teskey was that the ammunition originated from Joe Swanson.
And then went in the green ammo can to Seth Kenny.
I do not recall him speaking about a green ammo can.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. You know, the other thing that you're saying, I took you at first to be saying, well, it's just a bunch of ammunition, and now we've gotten to the point where it's actually the same type of ammunition. And then you've also stated in your testimony that it's like, well, there's just this guy, Troy Teskey, that just walks into the office like it's random. When really Mr. Teskey and his involvement in this case was very well known to law enforcement, correct?
I had never heard his name before.
Okay, but he came in and he said, I'm here to give evidence about the Rust case, right?
He stated that he had evidence the defense had wanted and he no longer wanted to hang on to it.
Well,
and he was the one using the word evidence.
Okay. You said to him when you met him down at the first floor of the precinct, you were called because you were the person in charge of the evidence, the CST, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he said, thank goodness it's you. You're the perfect person to take this because you know all about the Rust case. And you said, I know all about the Rust case, right?
I don't recall that.
Do you deny that?
No.
Okay. And then he said, to you, this ammunition was in Seth Kenny's possession, and you said Seth Kenny's law enforcement is well aware of Mr. Kenny, right?
I don't recall that.
Oh, wow. Her defense of this is not helping the state.
Ammunition on March 6th, right?
Yes.
The standard operating procedure for the Santa Fe Police Department says you're supposed to make your report within 24 hours, right?
Correct.
Okay. So tell the court, did you make the report within 24 hours?
I'm fairly certain that our SOP is that evidence should be submitted within 24 hours. I'm not certain on when the reports are supposed to be submitted.
So do you want to take your answer back? That
Yes,
you
I
gave a minute
do.
ago?
I apologize. Yes.
Well, we can enter that SOP into evidence. In this case, many times, there are police reports that are done the same day that the incident occurs. Can you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. How much longer after this revelation did you do your report?
I believe it was. I apologize. I can refer to my report to refresh my memory. Oh, I have a copy. I believe it was the following month that the report was made.
Yeah, it was approximately a month later, right?
Yes.
Okay. What happened during that month? CST Papa.
To be fairly honest, I went out of town to visit my dying mother.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry to hear that. Were you out of town that entire month?
I don't believe it was the entire month, no.
Okay. Who was involved in the word choice in this report?
Myself?
You didn't have any input? Because this doesn't look like the same language you use in the other reports.
Well, on a normal basis, I don't have conversations with people involved in cases.
Uh-huh. But there was also other officers there that were aware of this. Corporal Hancock was aware of this, correct?
She was notified about it, yes.
Okay, and so was your supervisor who was there with you, correct?
Yes.
So you're not telling me and this court that you had no input at all in the drafting of this document, are you?
It was reviewed by my supervisor. I don't believe any corrections were made to it or requested by him.
You know, it's just, there's a funny sentence in it. It says, it's a sentence I've never seen in a police report. You tell me if you've ever seen this in a police report in your entire career. It says, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SO detectives.
You are not reading my section of the report. You're reading what was written by Lieutenant Brian Brandel.
Ah, I was going to say, it doesn't look like you're writing. So the lieutenant writes in, thank you for clarifying that. I just got this report, as you know, right? The lieutenant writes in,
another jab.
It should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SFSO detectives. Did I read that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. In your career, going back to when you were at CST in Florida, all the way through the present, have you ever seen such a sentence in a police report in your entire career?
Not that exact sentence, no.
She's still
me neither.
Very defensive. The commentary is being allowed because the state's on their heels. The state did wrong, and the judge is letting the snark fly a little bit. This is the defense getting every bit of mileage they can out of this because
so you're,
it's not exculpatory, but it is a violation.
If you could just look at this report for a second and help clarify for me which parts of this you filled out versus the lieutenant.
The section that starts at the top with my name.
Well, let's just go page by page.
That would be page 5.
I think this is the biggest violation we've seen Maybe since Zachariah Anderson. I don't know. Maya might have had some as well, but it never got to this point.
After this occurred, did this cause you concern, CSD Popple, that this was handled this way?
It did not.
This is a Brady violation we're talking about. Ammunition that was turned in that could have matched what was on the set.
And as I asked you yesterday,
Never
you
turned
actually
over.
said when you were meeting with Mr. Teske, this is the ammunition that we've been looking for from the Rust set, didn't you?
I don't recall stating that.
But you're not denying that.
I'm not denying it.
So, I don't know whether the most critical evidence in this case is the gun that was sent off to be destroyed or the round that killed Ms. Hutchins. It probably is the round that killed Ms. Hutchins. Would you agree with that those are probably the two most important pieces of evidence in this entire case?
I'm sorry. Can you please restate your long question?
Sure. Would you agree with me that the two most critical items in this case from an evidentiary perspective were probably the firearm in question and the live ammunition that struck Ms. Hutchins, right?
I would say the firearm and the live ammunition from the set.
Okay. And so the firearm, which we've had hearings, discussions about, was ultimately broken beyond repair by law enforcement, right?
Was broken by the FBI lab.
Okay. And the report that was issued by the experts for the prosecution about that firearm and whether or not it had been modified before was buried also by the prosecutors, correct?
I do not know about that report.
Okay, and then we can turn to this second most critical piece of evidence in this case. And this was also buried by law enforcement, correct?
No.
No, it wasn't. Okay.
Yeah, the attorney keeps looking at the judge to see how long his leash is.
Were you in
the
the precinct
taking
when
some liberties?
The evidence viewing occurred with the defense? I think you said yesterday that your partner or your colleague dealt with the evidence viewing.
Yes, my colleague and Detective Hancock, I believe, were there.
But you didn't, nobody asked you to take this vouchered, sealed evidence out and show it to the defense, correct?
When the request was made, I believe they couldn't quite narrow down everything that they wanted to view. There was quite a bit.
Oh, so this was a narrowing down issue? The reason that this wasn't shown to the defense is a narrowing down issue?
No, I'm stating that they couldn't quite tell me in detail what they wanted to see.
That was the wrong answer. They had to turn everything over. It wasn't, you don't have, the defense didn't know about
the request
these.
from the defense of all ammunition was
not
taken
detailed
by
enough
law
for you.
enforcement to not mean the ammunition that you recovered that matched the ammunition that struck Ms. Hutchins?
I don't believe they looked at all the ammunition that day.
Well, no, but the request was all ammunition. So I'm asking you, did law enforcement interpret that request to not include this critical evidence?
He's eyeing the judge.
All of the items that were pulled for the case were under the Rust case number.
Which was a perfect plan.
You're asking me if there was a plan?
Well, I'm saying, whether there was or there wasn't, it worked out pretty well, right?
I'm not sure what you're getting at. There was a request to view the evidence from Rust. That is the evidence that was pulled.
Well, your report says this is evidence from Rust, and then it just puts it under a different case number, and the lieutenant then writes that sentence in saying this isn't evidence from Rust, right?
My report states that Mr. Teske believed that it was related to Rust, and then I listed the case number next to that.
Do you remember when we started my examination of you yesterday, how I sort of said to you, the way you know what evidence to find is by what people tell you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that when you're at a burglary and somebody says, oh, you better pick up that glove, You don't know that that person's telling the truth or not, but you pick up the glove, right?
Depending on the circumstances of the case, possibly.
And here, a retired member of law enforcement walks into the precinct, who's known to law enforcement, who turns in the matching ammunition, who tells you it's involved in the case, where there's tons of corroboration, both by what he provides and the history that law enforcement knows about this man, and you put it under a different case number, right?
I'm sorry, what was your question in that long statement?
You put it under a different
The
case
judge
number.
might snap at
Yes,
her.
as I was instructed to do so.
She's too snarky. Yep.
Finish up so that Ms. Morrissey can cross-examine.
Yeah, I'm trying to review this in real time.
That's the end of his leash. That's as far as he can go. Yes,
so
Peppershake,
I
you're
will
right. This doesn't change anything, but it
pass the
still
witness.
doesn't fix the fact that it was a Brady violation, which is a major violation. Major. It doesn't mean like, oh, it wouldn't have mattered anyway, so it's okay we didn't do it. That doesn't solve it. A Brady violation is a Brady violation.
Oh, and I asked you
There will be
this
some sanctions.
yesterday, but I want to ask again, which is, you told Mr. Teskey that you would write up a report because of how important this was the very same day, didn't you?
I don't recall stating the very same day.
You don't deny that, though, do you?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall it.
Okay, nothing further.
Now let's see how the state comes out. The
For
state
the
was in
record,
the
that
wrong.
was State's Exhibit 29 that showed the witness.
All right, are we going to admit the supplemental into evidence?
Please.
Well, somebody move it in. I started the conversation. but-
Defend, is it a court exhibit or just mark as defense?
It's a court exhibit.
I think it's, well, since I started it, are you okay with court's exhibit?
That's fine with me.
It's a court
However you want to handle it.
All right, court's exhibit was,
Morrissey has to defend here.
thank you. Any
Save
any
anything she
objection?
can.
No, certainly not.
Go ahead.
If I can just pause for a moment and just address the court. Here's what I'm intending to do. Obviously, this is a serious dispositive matter. A full record needs to be laid. I have Mr. Kinney on his way over. He'll be here any minute. We intend to take testimony from him. I also intend to take testimony from Mr. Bowles.
Here's what we're going to
Judge, I have to make a record, though.
Well, just a minute.
Okay.
Just a minute. Full stop. Judge is in control. Finally.
The issue is the disclosure.
It's
Okay?
I
Brady.
understand.
All right.
It's Brady.
So,
That's why I want to call these people, is it goes to the heart of the disclosure. So all I'm asking the court for...
well, we don't have time for this. So what I'm going to do, for example, like with Hancock, I'm going to have her get up on the stand and continue testifying about the case, and then this portion, just like you did with Popple yesterday, we will ask. You can call, move Seth Kenny up. You can move Seth Kenny up, but he's going to do all of his testimony if you're going to do that.
So here's the only thing I'm trying to do, and I don't mean to be frustrating. The only thing I'm trying to do is make sure that if this court grants this motion to dismiss, that I have made a full record, and I am entitled to do that. So I am getting my witnesses over here so that I can make a full record on this issue.
Well, what's interesting to me, to be quite honest, is that yesterday you didn't even want to do a written reply. You wanted to just give an oral response.
I never saw these. I've never seen these, and I never saw the report. I have absolutely never seen these until this morning.
All right.
I've never seen the report until this
So ask
morning.
questions of this witness, and then you can line up your witnesses, and I'll see. But we're going to go with Hancock after this.
That means no dismissal. First, no, that's no
Ms.
dismissal.
Popple, I just presented to the court that I've never seen these until this morning. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
You've never shown me these, or I've never come in to see them. Is that right?
Correct.
Have you ever provided me that doc report?
No, I have not.
Okay.
So she's saying it's not my fault.
Do you know who Troy Teskey is?
No, I do not.
I think we took some testimony from you yesterday that he is the friend of Thelreed.
I believe that was stated, but I did not know that information.
Okay, so let me ask it this way. If Troy Teskey, who provided this ammunition, is a friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad. And if these bullets...
No gloves.
I'd ask the prosecutor not to be touching those with her bare hands.
They rolled around for 3 years. Okay. If these bullets match the ones that were on the set of Rust, is that evidence, additional evidence, that Hannah Gutierrez provided the live ammunition to the set of Rust?
Yes.
And has she been convicted for that?
Yes.
It doesn't change Hannah's case. It doesn't matter.
Is this evidence that Seth Kinney provided live ammunition to the set of Rust?
No.
She's saying it wouldn't have changed anything, so it doesn't matter that we violated the rule. And that is
so
not
let
how
me
it
ask
works.
you, Ms. Popple, if you buried it, how did the defense attorneys know to cross-examine you on it yesterday?
I do not know.
Do you have any idea when the defense attorneys learned about this ammunition?
No, I do not.
Do you know who they learned it from?
No.
Those are some important inquiries. Those are all the questions I have for Ms. Popple, but we'd like to take additional
This is like the judge in Young Thug saying, you've got to tell me where you heard about this. No, the judge is in the wrong, and she is in the wrong on this discovery issue.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Would it refresh your memory about whether or not you're supposed to write a report within 24 hours if you...
I don't think that was in dispute. I think he...
All right.
All right. Right? Never mind. Okay. So you're off the witness stand. Do we want to leave these out or do we want to gather them up?
Well, Judge, you made the mess.
I think they need to be vouchered and kept. Obviously.
Well, okay. So it'll be Court's Exhibit 12. Is that how you want to do it?
Yes, I think it should be a court exhibit since this is a hearing. Yes.
Okay, Court's 12. And my only question is, do you want them back in the... do you plan to examine anybody with these?
They have to be at the courthouse if we can. Yes. All right.
Yes.
Well, she divided them all up is my only point. So...
Photograph them like they are.
Is she going to keep coming back and dividing them up, or what are we going to do?
I think yesterday there was some testimony that I think was frankly just misleading. That none of the...
No, this is my question.
Yes.
You all, okay. What do you want to do with that? Because if you're asking a witness, then we're going to have to pile them out of there, and somebody's going to have to line them up and identify what's this, what's this, what's this. Okay? So do you want them staying out like this, or do you want them in the bag? That's all. That's my question for the day.
I think they should remain vouchered, and they are open like any voucher would be at a trial, when and if a witness is questioned about them.
Okay, so here's my question. If I put them back in the bag,
they're going to be mixed.
They're all going to be commingled, and you may not recognize them, so you can cross-examine appropriately or examine appropriately. Okay? You're lay people. You have knowledge. I don't need to go into it. That's my only question. Want it in the bag, or do you want it out?
So what I would ask is let us quickly just photograph it, and then we'll ask CST Popple to put it back, actually, but remain at the courthouse. That's what I would ask.
All right. Is that okay?
Popple, bring your camera. Bring your Nikon.
Absolutely.
Nikon
my question for the court is, are we going to complete this motion hearing?
No, we're not going to complete it yet. Okay? I'm going to...
Can you just give us an idea so that we can be prepared for how you intend to proceed with regard to the motion hearing?
I'm going to have Hancock come up. You're going to call Seth Kenney, and I would like... I don't know why we can't do Seth Kenney's testimony if he's coming. Did you call him as a witness?
Sure, he's being called as a witness.
Okay, well, you should be prepared to call him. So we're going to do both, and I'm going to hear both.
So we're going to hear from these witnesses outside the presence of the jury and then in front of the jury?
Oh, you're right about that. Thank you.
That's my issue.
Thank you for pointing that out. Well, other than telling the jury to leave for the and come back at 3, which I'm not going to do to them, I'm going to continue the testimony, and he would. Well, you said actually. I'm thinking why can't the jury hear this? They heard Popple.
I'm sorry.
They heard Popple.
Oh, absolutely. No. I'm not making a comment on whether or not the defense gets to bring this in front of the jury. I'm making a commentary on the jury doesn't hear our motion hearing, and I just want to
they're not going to hear.
hearing.
Okay, I'm going to take evidence from each of these folks. Do you have? Is this a problem?
I'll explain this here in just a minute.
I don't know what I'm going to do yet, so this is why I want to do it this way. Okay, I want Hancock on the stand. You can question her about this issue. Okay, Seth Kenney comes. You're going to do all of his testimony.
Then outside
including
the jury.
this, okay? Bowles is separate. He wasn't going to be testifying, okay? And on Bowles' testimony, the jury will leave, okay? And anything further on this motion, the jury will leave. But I think that they can do Hancock and Kenney in front of the jury.
Can Mr. Spiro and I approach?
Sure.
Mr. Spiro. This is where Mr. Spiro shines. And while he does this, I'm going to explain briefly a Brady violation. There are rules of procedure in court. And this is, as a defendant, you have the right to a couple things. One of the things that you have the right to is if you're going to be tried, if there's going to be evidence brought in against you, you have the right before trial to have that evidence presented to your defense. So you can look at it, you can do your own investigation, you can consider what is being brought against you and find maybe competing evidence or competing testimony that might call that evidence into question the viability of the evidence, all that. The Brady violation is when a prosecutor fails to provide a defendant or a criminal defense attorney with any favorable or helpful evidence to a defendant's case. And this potentially could be. It hasn't been tested. Now, honestly, it probably doesn't it doesn't change the needle. And now, with hindsight, looking at all this, it probably doesn't make a difference. But look at how much testimony the state's brought in about the type of bullet, about the size, about the color of the primer and everything. And now they have additional bullets that match, same brand, same look, same everything, that were turned over after the fact by a third-party citizen who's like, I saw the Halyna Gutierrez case. Holy cow, you guys need this. I don't trust the attorney. I want to turn this into the police. And they hid it. Now, she won't say hid, but they hid it. They buried it in a different type of form, not like the way standard evidence is received, and they hid it somewhere else. And when the defense comes in and says, look, okay, we're going to defend our client here. Mr. Baldwin was charged with involuntary manslaughter. One of the things we want to look at is we want to look at all the ammunition, bring all the ammunition you've collected from this investigation. This wasn't brought. This wasn't turned over. And that is the Brady violation. The argument Miss Morrissey is making after the fact, saying, but it doesn't matter because this, it just proves it actually goes to our side. It helps. It doesn't matter. It needed to be turned over, and it wasn't. Oh, man. And all the defense, all the testimony that she's going to try to bring in is going to point to that. It doesn't matter, or it just solidifies our position. That's not the issue at stake here. And that you can see Mr. Spiro, his face, every time she's like, but, what we need to do is we need to find out how they found out about this ammo that they didn't receive. No, they didn't. No. That's like holding, the young thug lawyer in contempt because he found out about an ex parte meeting that wasn't supposed to happen. That is the wrong approach entirely. And every time she goes there, the judge is shutting her down. So Miss Morrissey is trying to control the situation a little bit, saying this is what we're going to do. We're going to call these witnesses. We're going to bring this testimony in. They're going to show that this wasn't a big deal. It's no issue. It didn't affect their client in any way. Nope. Says the judge, nope. That's not what we're going to do. And so we're going to proceed with court. But this motion hearing that started with accusation of Miss Morrissey steering or directing witnesses or coaching witnesses with signals from the table, that part hasn't even been addressed yet. That was brought up. They're printing the picture. We haven't even got back to that. We'll get back to that eventually, especially if it happens again. And now this other portion, which has been spicy and quite lengthy, where we've had all this new evidence, the judge putting on gloves, opening evidence herself and setting it out. Unbelievable. We now have a court exhibit in this trial, not prosecution defense. We have a court exhibit. So it's crazy. This is crazy. This is bad. This is very bad for the state. I think she admits that. At least she knows that. And oh man, it got spicy really quick. Now, on the flip side of that, we're getting confirmation from media outlets that because of the delay this court has had, that Halyna Gutierrez is not going to be coming to court today. that we will not be getting to her testimony today on Friday. So I know that's terrible news for Bree. I'm not sure if Bree has that already because her phone's in her car. Bree was our court watcher. We've seen her in the background. She's seated sort of behind Alec Baldwin, often to his right. But a little delay on the Halyna Gutierrez spiciness, but that will come. That will come later. It's just going to mean it's going to be how we kick off the week instead of how we end cap this one. But lots of spiciness, lots of great stuff. I want to see Miss Popple come in with her Nikon camera, which I've mentioned several times, and photograph this evidence. Moon Age, thank you very much. Thanks for the questions. I appreciate that. The counter in the corner, for those that are curious or just got here, we're counting how many times the glasses get taken off, put on the top of the head, put on the table, used as a pointer for everybody who is out forward of the gallery. So Sheba Cat, just to recap, a Brady violation is when a prosecutor, that's Miss Morrissey, fails to provide a defendant or criminal defense attorneys with any favorable or helpful evidence to a defendant's case. Now, she's going to try to argue that it wasn't helpful side, but they didn't test it. They hid it. The actions, I don't think she can say that right now, that it just flat out, it wouldn't have helped, because it would have changed how, it could have changed how the defense worked their question, how they worked the case. Even if it wasn't specifically changing how the bullets got there, it could have changed his defense. And that's where they're saying the Brady violation comes in. I think the judge is going to side for some sort of sanctions here. Dismissal is what they've asked for. That's actually the only thing they've asked for. We did hear from the other attorney that there are some other things that they could do as well, some other remedies. But dismissal, he says, is the appropriate action. Special K, thank you very much. These are great lawyers. Miss Morrissey is great. Mr. Spiral is fabulous at what he did this morning. This is where he shines.
Steve, to bring the jury.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, we'll bring the jury. Where's Mr. Judge Newman? If he can chime in. There he is.
You will bring the jury.
Thank you, Judge Newman.
After?
Matthew Harris, everything I know about law. I learned from Matthew Harris.
After I call in the jury, I'm taking a bathroom break, and we're probably taking a break for a good 20 minutes or half an hour even. Okay?
It's a long
Just
bathroom
wanna
break.
Settle.
Okay, that settle
We're bringing him in right now.
Yes, he's calling him in.
Is for everybody. That settle is allow the judge to reset. That's the sign of a good judge. When they get riled up, get involved in a conversation, they are the referee. And so she's gonna relax. They're gonna take deep breaths. Prosecution and defense are gonna do the same. Oh man, I wonder how the defense did find out about the bullets. I'm curious, but that's not the question at hand. Man, it has been a spicy morning. We knew Friday was going to be good. We thought it was going to be because of Halyna Gutierrez, but nope, it's legal shenanigans that that get my blood pumping. 293, the judge took her glasses off. Thank you for the catch. We are counting every time the glasses get moved around. Most of them are Miss Morrissey's. We'll admit they're mostly her. No, you have not missed Hannah. As a matter of fact, her appearance has been delayed possibly till Monday. See here. The case is from Brady versus Maryland. The Brady decision came down after several other cases began alluding to the idea that prosecutors could no longer withhold evidence as part of a trial strategy. Established a well-known principle that prosecutors are required to disclose all exculpatory evidence to the defense. Thus, a Brady rule is based on a fundamental fairness stemming from the due process clause of the 5th and 14th Amendments. That's where Brady comes from. Shark, this would be good strategy. This is good strategy, and that's good lawyering. Yes, it's sneaky.
All right, you may be seated. We're on the
but
record.
It's good strategy.
Jury, thank you for coming in. I'm going to recess you for the day. I'm sorry. Trials are fluid. It's not something we predicted. Okay, so if you all can
for the day.
Return at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Monday.
Yeah, no Saturdays.
It's been a longer week than usual. Okay, so Monday. Okay, so have a great weekend. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Don't read any accounts. Don't do any research. Don't go on Google, etc., etc. Okay? Thank you so much for your patience. Appreciate it.
I'll rise to the jury.
The jurors are like, best day ever. We get paid. We got free breakfast, coffee, and now we get an early weekend. Plus, we don't have to go into work because the judge knows I'm a juror. So. Okay, that means that the judge just blocked out the remainder of the day to address this issue. And the first thing she's going to do is take a break and maybe do some deep breathing. We'll do some yoga during the break. We're going to reset as well.
Ms. Popple, gather this while we're on break.
We're just going to photograph it as she
All right, and then can she gather it on break?
Sure. Is she where?
Well, she needs to stay in the courthouse or be close by. Okay, thank you. We are in recess.
All right. So while they go to recess, I don't have very good yoga music. We're going to do some soft piano, some sad piano. But don't think sad thoughts. The spiciness of court today has been epic. The lawyering has been on next level. Tempers have nearly flared, but the judge finally, after claiming or at least stating that she would control this courtroom closely at the beginning of trial at a pre-trial motion hearing, she finally took control today. And we saw that by her putting on the blue rubber gloves and opening the evidence herself, dumping it out on the table in the courtroom, and now ordering it to be photographed and admitted into evidence. This is crazy, crazy, crazy. And additionally, the jury that showed up thinking they were going to hear a day's worth of testimony will not hear any testimony today at all, as the judge is going to take the rest of today to both hear testimony from witnesses that will further fill in the information about this violation, this Brady violation, as well as possibly decide what, if any, sanctions are going to be instituted as a result or handed down as a result. A Brady violation is a very serious violation, and it always goes to the prosecution. It's the prosecution has a duty to turn over information that will be beneficial or could be beneficial in the defendant's case. And we have here what appears to be a clear example of that not happening. And instead, the information was hidden from the defense team, buried in, I'd say, not normal documentation styles, in a unique documentation style, in another case number, never turned over when the defense requested to view everything. And now we have questions. The judge has questions. Prosecution says that this won't make a difference, that the evidence, even had they turned it over, it doesn't change the fact that Mr. Baldwin was holding the gun, or it actually solidifies or strengthens the state's case, saying that Hannah brought the gun to the set. It does not matter here. What matters is the defense could have used this information in questioning witnesses, shaping their defense, and proceeding with trial. And because of that is where the judge is going to come down, and I believe in favor of the defense, and rule that there was in fact a Brady violation. And what that means? Well, it could even mean dismissal of the case, and Alec Baldwin could walk away a free man. There we go. Deep breath. Don't we feel better? Now we're informed. What happens now? What happens now is we continue. Okay, jury's not here, which means we're not going forward with the case as we thought. Witnesses are not just going to be called just as they normally would. The judge, seeing the importance of this case and also knowing the logistical things they have to play out, the fact that this is a motion hearing and it shouldn't be in the presence of the jury is not coming back today. They are scheduled to come back on Monday. Now, the one thing the judge didn't go so far as to say, just plan on coming in on Monday unless you hear differently. That would indicate that she was possibly leaning strongly towards dismissing the case. I don't think she wants to do that. I don't think there's any part of her that wants to dismiss this case. But she knows she has to do something. Let's see. The Commonwealth's filed a response to the defense. You're talking about the Karen Reed case. Awesome. More documents there. We have about a 20-minute break where the judge is going to reset. Get comfy. She said she's going to use the bathroom. That's more information than we needed, but she shared that anyway. And then we're going to come back and we're going to start. I think we're going to get Seth. We're going to get Seth Kenny's testimony today, at least the portion that has to do with this evidence and where the bullets were and where they came from. Kate says, I was late and missed most of this. Can you explain the hand signals? Did that really happen? Is there video? Love this channel. Kate, here's what I'll tell you. If it did happen, yes, there is video. Okay, because the information was sent to the defense team via email from just some an interested third party saying, look, this is happening. We saw it on the video. And there are a couple different feeds that are showing a little bit different things. So somebody must have caught it. Most of the feeds are not showing Attorney Morrissey at all during the questioning of witnesses. Most of the feeds are looking at the witness, they're looking at Alec Baldwin, and they're looking at whatever lawyer is up questioning. So unless she was doing it on the stand or she was doing it while she was directly questioning one of her witnesses, there's very little opportunity to see anything else. I'm watching all the feeds. I'm telling you that it's not there. There's just no times where she's really shown anything. So it's going to be her questioning a witness while it's under direct questioning. So her witness, she's asking them questions for the first time or on redirect. So we'll have to tear through that. We haven't even heard which witness it was. I can assume it was, it's either in one of the first 2 days. So we've got total number of witnesses the first 2 days. We'd have to go through Nicholas LaFleur, Timoteo Benavides. I don't think it would be either of those. Nicholas, I don't think it was either of those. Joseph Lujan, all three police officers, not that. I would say strongly, I would look at Marissa Popple as a possibility. Remember, yesterday as we're watching the cross-examination, I said, look at the witness. The witness keeps looking back at the prosecutor's table constantly. Asks a question, looks at the prosecutor's table. Asks a question, looks at the prosecutor's table. I think that's probably going to be the most likely time that happens. We called that out when we could only see the witness. After that, Mr. Pieta, obviously there's going to be nothing there. Justin Neal, the EMF trade guy, nothing there. So it's either going to be Marissa Popple or Alexandria Hancock. Those are the two I'd say that the signaling or alleged signaling would have occurred under. Signaling her with the glasses, possibly. I want to see Miss Popple's testimony from Hannah again. If we'd actually gone ahead with the rest of Alexandria Hancock's testimony, when in the Hannah Gutierrez trial, she started so confident under direct. She was so confident, hair back, shoulders back, and on cross-examination, she ended up being a shell of what she began. Crouched over, head down, hair pulled down, almost completely obscuring her face as she just got raked over the coals by the defense. Runkle's going crazy. Case could be dismissed here. Yes, it could. I would put it, we're approaching, I'd say, 50-50. We're approaching 50-50. Look at it this way. What other remedies are there? A continuance? We've already, you've got a jury seated. You're not going to do a continuance now. reduction in charges from involuntary manslaughter, that's about as low as you can get. It would then go to like some like reckless endangerment or something. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it might be dismissed. This might be the end. Zoom in on the church on the thumbnail. Let me see if I can show you our thumbnail really quickly. The thumbnail we're talking about, obviously, is our little version of how we track the case. Oh, why did I think I lost it. Let me bring it back. Oh, it's over here. That's why. Okay, I'll bring this guy over. It's loading. Give it a second. Got a call coming in.
Call from Bree.
Here's our court watcher, Bree. Bree, welcome.
Hi.
What a day.
Hi.
What a day. What
I
do you
don't
got?
have a whole lot of time.
Yeah.
Holy God. Not a whole lot. They're limiting, public is full. There's like about 20 people in here that are from the public. What's really funny is this girl is visiting her boyfriend, and so she is here on vacation from Ohio and watching trial today.
Love it.
Jury came in, like I said, you saw for like 5 minutes. Real big mix. It's mostly women, like I said, from the news reports that I got. It's a little bit of a mix. It's mostly an older crowd. Meaning, I would say probably, I don't say this is older, but I mean like late 40s and up. You know what I mean? And older and stuff like that. I don't see as much of a younger population, I felt like, as I saw with Hannah. Steven, the headphones, I think they're hearing headphones, like the ones you had in the last one.
The court provides those, yep.
Yeah. That's what he's wearing. So, I don't know. Holy smoking gun today.
We may have a dismissal today.
I think we will. Well, because she kept trying, I don't know if you noticed, she kept trying to bring the Seth Kinney in and like, well, why can't he do a testimony? And they're like, well, the jury's not here. And she kept trying to go. And then they're like, we need to approach. And I'm like, yeah, because there's no point going further if we're going to dismiss this. So, yeah.
The jury getting the rest of the day off, it's not going to take the rest of the day to get to the end of this motion. I know she doesn't want to make the jury just sit there, and it's a Friday, and it's hot, and there's lots of places they'd rather be. But the dismissal of the jury is an indication that leans towards dismissal of the case.
Well, you can tell she's really frustrated with Morrissey too. You can tell it.
Yeah, this break is 20 minutes long, so she can calm down as well. So when she comes back with the ruling, it's not going to be with the fire and spit and vim and vigor that she's been showing this morning.
They're still going to call. She's still letting Morrissey put the
Seth Kinney,
the girl with the red hair. Well, the girl with the red hair to the investigation. Hancock. And supposedly Bowles might be coming. I don't know.
Bowles? Attorney Bowles?
Because Hannah didn't have this information, and I think she's trying to use him to say that maybe they did.
Wow.
Because they talked a lot about Hannah today, too. And I'm like, this isn't about Hannah.
I don't think this changes anything for Hannah. And if anything, it would have been more evidence against her and been easier to convict, to prove that came through her. But so I don't think it changes anything, unless also a Brady violation for her. But
that's the only thing I can think of, because when Alec's attorney was fighting it, he's like, the evidence against that guy, his arrest record and stuff actually went against him, but it still got thrown out because they did not disclose it. So I don't know. If they don't disclose this, it might throw Hannah's stuff out too, based off that argument, but I don't know. Yeah.
This is crazy. Jury's gone for the day. We're not going to see Hannah Gutierrez today now. That's at best it's going to be Monday, but the judge, she's kept this open. Now that the jury's dismissed, I think this will be handled today. We have not heard yet. This whole thing this morning started with an allegation that Morrissey was giving hand signals to witnesses on the stand, directing how to answer. And we haven't even got to that yet.
Well, they have not produced that picture. Yeah, we haven't produced that picture because she's like, I'll handle that later. But the whole thing is if that is a star, primer, bullet, whatever that Farrell's friend the officer brought in, and that matches, this should have been tested, and it wasn't. I think it's a done deal. I think you have to dismiss because they didn't have all the evidence, and they didn't even test it all.
Yeah, and just because it's dismissed doesn't mean that it's dismissed with prejudice. It could be dismissed, and then this could be retried, probably with a new prosecutor. I think you might need a new prosecutor if this gets retried. But
absolutely.
Yeah.
My whole thing is, when I think about this, though, is me personally, I may completely disagree, jury, and if you do, please don't come at me. But my whole thing is if the bullet was never in the gun, this would probably never happened. My thing is, he could have been throwing the gun willy-nilly all around. It wasn't his job to check. I mean, yes, I know, yes, you're not supposed to do that with guns. I get it. But he's also been told 3 different times that this was a cold gun. It went through all these different protocols. If I was an actor on this movie, I don't have gun knowledge, so I wouldn't have looked. So, and if it would have happened to me, would I be being convicted right now or tried? So, I mean, to me, yes, he shouldn't have pulled the trigger if he did, but it shouldn't have mattered if the live round wasn't in the gun to begin with, we wouldn't be here. And that's how I feel on it. I just think this is almost I think they wanted to get that he was a producer so they could get a conviction. Now that's not here, I don't feel like there's anything that's fair.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Bree, good luck. I think the spiciness is definitely not done because when the judge rules, there may be some more argument prior to that. She is letting Morrissey put stuff on the record as she would if this case was going to be dismissed.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. And that's why I think she's letting her do it.
So she's letting her complete the record, and Miss Morrissey knows that is an option that is clearly on the table right now. That is not a stretch or a reach by any means.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys have seen her, I don't know if they panned over. She's sitting there with her arms crossed and scowling. She is not happy today.
Yeah.
Did you guys see me? I'm in the back corner.
We did. We saw you in the back corner, just left behind Alec Baldwin.
Yes, Alec,
it's a crowded courtroom. It's crowded, but
it is very crowded.
Appreciate you being there. I'll let you get back in. Thank you so much,
Yeah, I'm going to walk back over there. I probably will leave at lunch. I'm probably going to see the next part of it, but if we're not doing Hannah, I'd rather use my PTO day to go back to work halfway through the day and listen to you guys because there's nothing to see. There's no jury to look at, no nothing fun. So.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, you got to see the judge put on blue gloves and say this is only going to hurt a little bit and open up the evidence. So,
right. And then my favorite was like, I want to object to her not having gloves on, and she's like, these bullets have been here for 3 years, and I'm just sitting here going, oh my God.
Yeah.
Marcy, you probably just should stop.
Yep.
I think it's run ruled right now. You probably should stop.
Yeah. I loved watching Attorney Spiro as he was really taking some liberties in how he was questioning. And every time he's
Popple.
Popple. He's got his eyes. He's watching the judge as he's asking questions because she was giving him quite a bit of leeway, and he was testing his leash length. He's like, "How far can I go with this?" And really, really.
She was very. I don't know how much you saw of her face, but when they were giving their motion, she was very much nodding her head in agreement with what they were saying in the beginning before we even got to Popple. And then when Morrissey got up there, she's just like, okay. Like, you could just tell almost like she was just irritated with the process.
Lots of snark.
That's how I took her face.
Snark.
Yes.
Yep. Awesome,
okay,
Bree. You did a great job. We'll talk to you again soon. Enjoy.
Talk to you soon.
We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. Love having a court watcher there in the courtroom. Bree is there for us. It's wonderful. All right. We have just a couple minutes before we expect the judge back. No big decision. We're going to proceed, and it's going to look calm. I believe this is what's going to happen next. It's going to look calm. We're going to call witnesses. The jury will not be here. They're gone for the rest of the day. It's going to look calm, and they're going to call witnesses and ask questions, and the defense will probably get similar amounts of leeway as they did with Ms. Popple this morning, that they're able to really sort of get a little bit aggressive with the witnesses as they're questioning and just dig to the bottom of this, because they're the ones that were hurt by this Brady violation. So they're going to try to flesh that out completely. I don't think it matters so much. I mean, there is a component of this that matters, that this is something that could have been helpful to the defense, but just the fact that it solidifies that Hannah was most likely the source of the ammunition. We've got Thal coming in. Hey, Thal. Oh, sorry. I have to let you in. Now you're in. Thal, sorry. You called during the quiet music, and I thought that's not a good fit. It was some sad piano music for Thal. So thanks for calling.
What are you talking about? I'm all kinds of. I can be calm.
The music,
MSRP or whatever it's called.
The music for Thal would be more like, yeah, this.
That's right, baby. That's right. show up with the tassels on and we party. That's what it is.
Tassels. Oh, man, Paul. What's on your mind? This has been an absolute crazy morning.
Okay, so here's the thing, is that I went back and recapped a little bit. So the defense, tell me if I'm right. The defense is saying, look, there was evidence that wasn't given to us, and the prosecution is saying, well, yeah, but it's not evidence because it doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah, they said two things. The police said it's not evidence in their report, and they hid it under another file. The state said it doesn't matter anyway because it doesn't it's not exculpatory evidence. But that's not necessarily the rule. Any evidence that could benefit the client in their defense can fit under this Brady category. So even though
so it's not up to the discretion of the police or to them. If it's tangentially related, then it has to come in. It has to be given.
They made a call that was not their position, I believe. If you look, if any ammunition came in, I believe all of it should come in. And they brought in a lot of ammunition, but just not this stuff. And I don't think they can say, well, this ammunition is important and that ammunition is not. Yes, I can see that with like PDQ because he has all this stuff that's just different calibers and things like that. But this was 45 caliber, Starline brass, from somebody who says this was on the set. This is the same ammunition. This should have come in. And instead, the state made a call and just said, we're just not going to say anything about that or hit it. So... That's where.
Well, see, and that makes sense because that's grounds for a mistrial. It's absolutely. If everybody's got the wrong idea, then you're working from grounds. Then you're working at the wrong angle to begin with. It's like, oh crap. Okay, well, I'm going to completely change my defense, and at that point, yeah, you just messed up the entire trial.
Yeah.
So because the defense gets to throw it out there how they want to, but it has to be based on the evidence. You didn't give them all the evidence. Well, now they got to.
Now we get to spend the rest of the day digging into this motion, hearing testimony, and then deciding. The judge gets to make a decision about going forward. I don't think this will be like, well, in a couple days I'll rule on this. I think we're going to get a ruling probably the end of the day today.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen is we're probably not going to get a mistrial out of her. The judge will probably say no mistrial on this. We're going to go ahead as is. But she might do one of two remedies. One, to let the evidence come in that this evidence is out there that the prosecution, the police said wasn't important, but the defense needed to get access to. I think they'll instruct the jury. Or she'll look at the defense and do something which I find kind of appalling and just go, well, you could take it up on appeal, which that kind of sets me back in my seat. But
yeah, I do not like that. That is basically dismissing their motion, which I don't think they can do because they're accurate. They're accurate. Case law is on their side. They know it. They have a solid foundation here. That you've got the prosecutor deciding that some evidence which is relevant to the case, and that's the key. It's relevant to the case is not important for the defense to have.
Well, not only that, but how would this affect the appeal on Hannah? I mean, because this affects her case too. Tangentially, it does.
I believe it. I don't know. We'll have to look into that. I'd love to see if Attorney Bowles suddenly shows up in the courtroom as like, hey, I'd like to see what's going on here. This might help with some documents I need to file. But
right. Well, and the thing is too is what I've gone around and I've noticed on the internet, not to bash the creators, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Although, so this is Saul. If anybody says somebody bashed anybody, Saul bashed them. No, let them come at me. I'll be happy to come on their air and just nuke them. Because I'm a salty little guy.
Be gentle here. We don't bash people here.
I know. Anyway, I think the thing is what I've seen from a lot of other the creators that are lawyers in this aspect. Yeah. And hats off to what's her name? Oh darn it! Very short hair, white hair, very nice lady. She's young, probably in her 20s. No, different one. K. Not Williams. Cat.
Okay.
Yeah, Cat. Anyway, so Cat, not Williams, didn't take this prerogative, so hats off to her. But a lot of other creators that are lawyers. Yeah, well, and Matt, you can speak to this, Matthew Harris Law, if you want to, buddy, because you'd probably recognize this big time. I've noticed that they keep looking at things going, oh, well, as a lawyer, da-da-da-da. As a lawyer, I didn't like the defense's opening. As a lawyer, I didn't. And I'm sitting there going, okay, I'm on the polar opposite as a layman, dude. I thought the defense did. I mean, I might be nuts, but I thought the defense did a great job. I thought the defense took way too long and went too far afield, on that witness for the, where's that one lady? Mm-hmm. I think they went too far afield, but I thought they did a good job just, dismantling her. But I was sitting there like, I thought he did a great job at that when he did it. But then, he wandered off. And everybody else is like, well, he got buried. Everything he did was just getting lost in the weeds, and he's not focused. And I was like, I thought he did great. Am I insane?
It's interesting. That's why I love LawTube so much. Getting a lawyer's take on this and their insight and their experience, from somebody who's stood before a judge and argued cases and filed motions and sat with clients as they got verdicts that were good or bad. I love that take. But a lot of that, it's hard to get that take and a good insight as a juror for somebody who's not from that vantage point. So that's why I love the mix that's available in LawTube. There's just so much.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Great creators out there that can be everything.
Well, a perfect example of this is if you guys remember yesterday when the defense was starting on that witness, and they started. I saw this in the chat too. There were some of us that were confused as what is the point of any of this. And there was others like me that got it immediately where he was trying to drive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And just for those in chat that didn't get it, if you ever don't get something, don't worry. Emily D. Baker went back and watched her video for that part over poor Recovery Addict's lunch, to which I called him and bugged him. Poor guy. He can't get free. He can't get away. Right, but I went back and watched Emily, who loved the cursey words. We love Emily here.
Emily's amazing.
She's a little bit goofy, but we still love her. But the thing is that with Emily, she didn't even understand it for like the first 20 minutes of where he was going with it. I got it like within the first minute, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So if you guys ever don't get something, don't worry about it. Even Emily B. Baker was like, "What are we doing?" And I was like, "Really, Emily? Come on."
I'm pretty sure she gets it probably well before I do on almost every count. So.
Oh yeah. I was just trying to make sure that everybody knows that if you don't get something, speak up in chat. It's okay. If you disagree, it's okay.
Yeah.
There's stuff I don't get that people correct me on half the time. So.
Yep. Donna doesn't get what my name is. My name is Scott. Donna, thank you. Welcome. Brand new subscriber. We've got Thal on the phone, who's a good friend of the channel. Been a friend of the channel for quite a while. My name is Scott. I go by Recovery Addict on YouTube. That's my channel name, but you can call me Scott.
Donna, we've been trying to get Scott to change his name legally to the Grand Almighty Pickle. He will not do it, Donna. Help us encourage him.
It's not happening.
Help us.
I do. When I get a prank phone call, they usually call me Dwayne because somebody named Dwayne used to have my phone number, and so I get a lot of calls for him, and we'll take those. When I get a call like that, they'll say Dwayne, and I'll say yes because it's almost like my second identity. All right. Anything else, Thal? What's your take on the signaling the witness from the table, from the prosecutor's table? Where do you think?
I didn't catch that part.
Oh, you missed it. That's how the day began. Mr. Spyro got up. He's like, "Hi, Your Honor. I normally don't read my emails." That's how he starts his day. And I'm like, hey, we can relate. But he says, I normally don't read my emails. I get tons of emails from people. And got this one, and they're saying, hey, they sent a picture that Miss Morrissey is signaling witnesses to help them with their answers. I'm not sure. Clockwise, I think it's clockwise. Glasses spin is yes, and counterclockwise is no. I don't know. That's just a guess here. But
I'll have to go back and watch.
I didn't see it. They brought it up, but I didn't see it. I have to go back and see. It's going to be in one of two places. Probably going to be Miss Popple. It would be my guess. Was which witness? Because she was the one that was during testimony, especially when it got spicy, was constantly watching the prosecutor's table, looking at the prosecutor's table, and
she made her life so difficult on her own. Yeah. That was the thing. Is I heard a lot of people trying to blame the defense lawyer. I'm like, dude, if she did, and that's why I kept saying in chat, if she had just done her testimony like the first cop that got up and stand it, as far as I'm concerned, he knocked it out of the park. Was his presentation up to this? Yes. But if he didn't know something, he just said he didn't know and moved on. And if he had something to take on the chin, he just took it and moved on. And the thing is when you do that as a witness, you come off incredibly believable.
Yes, they call it credible.
Because you're willing. Yeah, you're willing to take your shots and just say, yeah, I messed up. I don't know. You know, and that's fine. That's okay. It's not going to destroy the case because prosecution is going to come back on their side. But it's one of those things that it's just like I kept looking at her like, dude, stop, because she kept trying to like speculate and add things and look at the prosecution, and she seemed to really be on their side. So if I'm in the jury box, I'm looking at her as completely discreditable. Because the problem is how deep in is she in on the prosecution side now?
Yeah,
that's what I'm wondering, and I shouldn't be wondering that.
Yep. Quick interjection here. Bex J, welcome to the gallery. Looks like the second month the courthouse there turned green. Thank you very much. Donna Ulrich, are you in recovery? Yes, but my addiction was computer gaming. I just about lost everything that means everything to me because I couldn't stop playing video games.
And I got a story for you real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got a story for you real quick if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
It'll be 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when I was and this was when I was in the military, guys. So when I was in the Air Force, there was a guy I knew that got married, okay? And he was on WoW. That was his poison of choice.
That was my game.
Yep. And him and his wife played it all the time. Now, he got deployed, and I forget where to, but he got deployed to their on-base housing. But the thing was, he got deployed. He gets kicked off. He's supposed to be deployed for 6 months. He gets kicked off of it after a month because he was playing the game too much. He gets back. They're thinking of, they've given him a letter of reprimand, LOR. He gets back. They go back to the house. Well, the problem is that the cops get called on the house all of a sudden. And I'm like, okay, wow, that's crazy. And the thing is that what happened was they both end up, she end up getting arrested because she's a civilian. He ends up getting court-martialed. And what had happened is the house was so dirty when the cops showed up. It smelled so bad. One, you could smell it from the sidewalk is what the report said. Two, there was 2 dogs inside they'd never let out, and one of them died. So,
wow.
Yeah,
that is terrible.
That level of addiction.
Luckily, mine did not go to that far. Although I neglected relationships terribly.
They did too, and everything. I'm just saying, it's for those people that go, "Oh, it's not that bad." No, it can get really bad.
We've got some motion. Somebody just kicked to the camera at court, so we might be coming back here in just a minute.
I'm gonna run away. I'm gonna leave you all alone to fend for yourself.
Thank you. Nice to speak to you this morning. We'll see you.
Yes, sir. Bye. You too. Bye.
Okay. Let's see. I met my husband on WoW. We've been together 10 years. WoW is a fun game. I love it. I loved it. I had to quit. I was a jewel crafter and did very well. I could have sold my account at my peak for a lot of money, but I quit, and it's still just sitting there, just not logged into. My mailbox is probably still full of people sending me gems to, ore and everything to process. Another call here. This one from Ivan Victor. Mr. Wisconsin. Ivan, how are you doing, my friend?
Good. Hope everybody's having a great Friday. You got pants on or no?
It's a good Friday. We might be coming back to court any minute now, but what's on your mind?
I just have a quick thought here about the whole shebang here. First of all, I didn't think it was possible for me to empathize with Alec Baldwin, but this has done it. Okay? This is where I'm at. I believe you hire people to do a job, whatever that job is. They are responsible for that job. Let's say this movie called for a stunt driver. If a stunt driver was driving the car during the proceeding of the film, and let's say there was supposed to be a governor on that vehicle that monitored the speed, and the governor happened to be broke, and he crashed the car and was fatally injured. Would we be charging Alec Baldwin for the improper mechanics of a car? He's no more an armorer than he is a mechanic, okay? He isn't responsible for... The only reason we are prosecuting this case is because the prop at hand, in my opinion, is a firearm. And I don't believe he is responsible for checking and inspecting every prop or every piece of equipment used on a movie set, however careless it may have been. As somebody who has used a firearm, hypothetically, yes, as Saul mentioned, a few days ago, you should inspect every firearm as if it's loaded. However, he's an actor, okay?
It's a different scenario. It's a little different. It all comes down to what the jury believes, his responsibility was as far as reasonable duty of care with the firearm. If it comes down to the fact that he shouldn't have had his finger on the trigger and he shouldn't have cocked the gun and everything, and he did, maybe there might be some more blame there, even though he wasn't the one that loaded the bullet into the gun, and he didn't even know it was in there.
All I know is they better not let Mark Tinsley anywhere near Alec Baldwin, okay? Or that man is finished. Finished. Okay?
Yeah.
Let's fly.
Anyway, Ayden, good to hear from you. How are you doing? You got a live stream coming up on, Sunday with you and Ricky?
Sunday, yes, sir.
All right.
Yep, me and Ricky will be back at it.
I will sleep through it as I always do because you plan it during my nap time Sunday afternoons. So,
all right. You
wonderful.
guys have a good day.
We'll see you. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
It's Ayden Victor, good friend of the channel as well. When you agree with Ayden Victor, it's a good day. Ayden's a good guy. I really like him. We disagree on a lot of things, but we also just love to talk about it. All right. We have moments now. For those that are just joining us, we're on a break, and this break is a surprise break. The jury was brought into the courthouse just before the break and told, go home for the rest of the day. And that was the first, they just barely were brought in, and it was hours. They're like an hour or so into the, maybe, let's see. Yeah, it was probably 2 hours into the trial that the jurors, or the hearing today, that the juries finally got brought into the courthouse and dismissed. The reason why is because they had some pre-trial, I guess during trial, but before the jury was brought in, motions to address before the judge, and it got spicy from the get-go. The defense stood up and said, we have allegations. We've got an email that shows that the prosecution has been, sorry, I'm trying to answer this call.
Call from
Mattis.
Oh, Mattis. Mattis calling all the way from Europe. How are you doing, my friend?
Hello.
I
can hear better.
Okay, I can hear you now. I think I know what you're going to say because I saw your message and I'm curious. I saw a message earlier where you said it's not a Brady violation. Is that what you wanted to talk about?
What I was actually going to say is I'm just going to call so the break ends immediately, okay. But I guess it's not working. So,
that's normally how it works.
I went back to the oral argument that Baldwin's bald attorney, I couldn't catch his name, gave, and he cited, at some point he said there's a case that's right on point, and it's New Mexico v. Allison, which is a case that in 2000 was for the New Mexico State Supreme Court. So this, and that case, they mentioned Brady, which is of course a federal case.
They're back. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but it's a state law. All right.
Sorry about that. Thanks. Mathis, I apologize. Mathis called all the way from Germany to...
Where's everybody?
Where is everybody? The judge says. We'll have to look into that case. It is a New Mexico case, which is where they're in New Mexico, but we'll have to look into that case that they cited and see how that is relevant. Big sigh from the judge. There's Mr. Spiro, another defense attorney or assistant. I think Mr. Spiro earns over $2,100 an hour in court. He's a high-profile attorney. There's the case number. New Mexico Supreme Court. Oh, it's a ruling? State v. Allison.
All right. Call another witness. We're in the motion hearing.
Detective Hancock.
We're in the motion hearing. Here we go.
Your Honor, I can do it after Detective Hancock.
What?
We may approach very quickly.
Yes.
Another brief sidebar. The end result of this motion hearing is bad for the state. I think we've already decided that. The end result is bad for the state. I think the judge has already come to that conclusion. How bad for the state depends on what information comes out here in this hearing, and where the judge, how grievous this violation is. Yes, Stephen Baldwin is in court, I believe. Stephen Baldwin is wearing the ear monitor, or the hearing assisted device. He's sitting sort of back into the left of Alec Baldwin when we show him. The motion is a motion to dismiss. Motion to dismiss the case. Let's see. I'm looking at the Allison case, of Allison ruling, State v. Allison right now, to see what Mathis was getting at. They're going to be back here in just a moment. There's a part of it that was whether prosecutorial misconduct deprived him of his right to due process and a fair trial. That's part 5. Okay, part of Allison was, this is the case law that the defense cited in their motion this morning to dismiss. In that case, it says, defendant argues that the prosecutor intentionally failed to disclose an arrest report regarding the defendant, which occurred almost 1 year before trial and approximately 6 months after the shooting. Defendant was arrested in January of 1998 for using false name during a traffic stop. The prosecutor conceded that he received the report before defendant began testifying, yet he chose not to disclose it to defense counsel or bring it to the attention of the trial court because he believed that he was under no duty to do so. I think that's the portion they're getting at. When evidence is disclosed for the first time during trial, this court must consider the following factors to determine whether the error is reversible: whether the state breached some duty or intentionally deprived the defendant of the evidence, whether the improperly non-disclosed evidence was material, and whether the non-disclosure of the evidence prejudiced the defendant, and whether the trial court cured the failure to timely disclose the evidence. So the Supreme Court would look at it that way. We'll see what the trial court does here with the judge as she's gathering that information now. So Stephen Baldwin is wearing that headset that sits down in front. Becca, oh my goodness, you missed this morning. It is worth a rewind and rewatch. From the very beginning when they walked in court, it has been spicy up until the break. And we're not done. We're still in the same motions hearing. Judge glasses off again. We're going to add that to the count. Are we at 294 now? I've been missing. Let me know if I've missed any. Oh no, kiss me a cow. I just saw your text message from yesterday. I am so very sorry. I just barely got your text messages. It was buried. The answer is yes, they are good. I would check, which one did you say? She was asking if a certain computer is good for her use. They're really good, but they're MacBook Airs. That's what I use. I use MacBook Air to run my StreamYard, and it works great. One day at a time says, Recovery Addict, the defense was the one holding the evidence as they wanted this guy to hang on to it. He turned it in because he no longer wanted to hold on to it. I think the defense, that's what she said. she said somebody from the defense team asked him to hold the information. Someone on the defense wanted him to hold it. But the fact is it was turned over to the state. It was turned over to the police, and they buried it and then didn't disclose it to this defense team. It wasn't this defense team. This was done way back during Bowles' time with Hannah Gutierrez, right after Hannah was sentenced. Okay. Juries are at home watching now. They better not be. Did they not get the instruction? If you're a juror watching this, first of all, stop watching and then go tell the judge you did a bad thing. Your car's extended warranty welcome just walks in and gifts 10 memberships. Thank you. Thank you. Good people getting memberships as we speak. Car's extended warranty. It's good to have you here. Welcome back. Love the Orange Courthouse by your name. What's the new motion about? This motion is a motion to dismiss, and it's a strong motion to dismiss. There are sometimes we've seen motions for mistrial and things like that are like, yeah, that's a long shot. This is not such a long shot. This is a Brady violation situation that is extremely serious, and the court views it as extremely serious. The Supreme Court has viewed this as very serious. The case law on this one is really in the favor of defense here. See, I don't see Bree in this picture. She's wearing black and white. Looks like she's seated somewhere else. She might be the very, very back, straight behind Mr. Baldwin. I can't tell. But Bree's our watcher in court. She's the one that called in a little while ago with some information. I think this motion has a strong chance of being granted, or at least some sort of sanction being issued. But once trial starts, what options are there? What's on the table for the judge? We saw in previous trials where there's a similar type violation. Look at Lori Vallow. In Lori Vallow, the state made a discovery violation, would be like a Brady violation like this, and the ruling was that the judge said, okay, this was serious. We've got to do something about it. We're taking the death penalty off the table. And that's the only, that is the reason why Lori Vallow was not facing the death penalties, because of a violation. That's how serious it is. In this case, it's not a death penalty case. The worst that can happen to Alec Baldwin if he's convicted as charged is 18 months in prison. And that's serious, but that's not taking your life. That's not locking you up for the rest of your life. It's something you can serve your time and move on from. But how do you reduce that? You lessen the charge, so it goes from involuntary manslaughter down to what? Reckless endangerment. I don't know. I don't know what the next step down is, but it's probably going to have a smaller penalty than a maximum of 18 months. What else can they do? The defense is going to argue, look, it changed the whole way we argued our case. It deprived him of his rights. The only thing you can do is dismiss the case, and that's a pretty solid argument. Okay. I can't stop seeing Macaulay Culkin and the sound guy. Okay. Brady violations is when you'd bet against the Patriots in the playoffs. That's Tom Brady violation. Okay, it looks like everyone's leaving. Mr. Baldwin just got up and left. With his attorneys. They're consulting with Mr. Baldwin. That means I believe that the judge has probably asked his defense, what do you want to do here? And they say, Your Honor, we have to take that up with our client. This is a decision he has to make. And they say, all right, we'd like to converse with our client in private. They've taken him out to talk to him. He's going to make a decision. They're going to present the options with what the judge gave. I don't know what they are, but they're going to present the options. It's quite significant. you can see behind me, the attorneys are conversing, whispering to each other on prosecution. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for them. The judge's position, she doesn't look happy either. Let's see who left. Did the wife go with the group? The brother didn't. Judge is just kicked back, taking it easy, waiting for this decision. It should just be moments before they come back. And they're coming back. Nope, that's somebody else. Attorneys aren't coming back yet. That's prosecution, right? Oh, no, that's bailiff. That's bailiff. I miss George. I miss George from the Hannah trial. He was my favorite bailiff. Now we have Stephen. Maybe this case will be less than 2 weeks after all. Yeah. Wife's in the gray jacket. She's still Lauren from Hidden True Crimes behind Stephen. I think DUI guy is there as well. Larry's been there in court. The judge looks mad. I agree. I'd say she's not angry like that, but she's not happy about the position they're in court in this trial. I miss George. Yes. You like the boiler from the Kelly case? He was really good. What was his name again? Was it Jose? I think it was Jose. Donna, this is one spicy meatball. Oh, man. He said spicy meatball. I am craving, just outside of Hill Air Force Base in Clearfield, Utah, there's a Ligori's restaurant that serves meatball sandwiches, which are delicious. Absolutely. Healthy? No, not healthy at all. But it's a meatball sub sandwich that will change your life. I'm thinking I need to go make a trip. Let me text Mrs. R.A. and put that on the menu. Ooh, the whole defense team is coming. Mr. Spyro, is he in there or is he down the hall? Where is he? Oh, he's right there. Okay, we're going in. Thank you. That's all I need. We're good. Brian and Jill say, yes, they have such good food. The melted cheese, oh my goodness. I remember we used to do runs at work where we'd go to Ligori's and get orders for people, and we'd come back with like 15 sandwiches because they're just so delicious. And the sandwich feeds two because there's like three pounds of meat on each sandwich. Nighthawk Studios says the judge has a normally soured facial experience, so I don't know how much of that goes into reading her demeanor. Well, here's what we know, and this is why thank you first of all for the comment on the super chat. This is why I think that we can determine that she's upset right now, and that is that she took a break so that she could calm down, that she could relax a little bit. She was angry before the break. I think she's in control of her emotions now, but not happy about the situation. I subscribe to this channel for the food talk. Brief summary, if you just walked in, the defense filed a motion asking for sanctions against the state, specifically asking for a dismissal of the court case because of a Brady violation, which is very serious. It seems like the judge so far sides with the defense. Every time the state has tried to mitigate or lessen the impact or the supposed impact, the state has been smacked down by the judge. She's not happy with the state right now. Not happy at all. Ligori's is owned by a big Italian family. The matriarch used to be my boss at Children's World, Lucy Morelli. There you go. Well, now we need a meatball sandwich. I have not had a meatball sub since, I'd say it's been 5 years. It's been 5 years. Man. This is how legal sausage is made. Judy saying, my guess is they offered a plea deal. That would be strange. I've never seen them offer a plea deal in the middle of trial. Let's see. We had that one court a couple weeks ago down in Florida. Was it Judge Brandt? Where the defendant changed his plea mid-trial, but he pled He pled no contest instead of guilty. Let's see. I call dibs. That's my new food brand, legal sausage. What's the likelihood of this new evidence to change anything in the Halyna Gutierrez case? Misty, I don't think it changes anything, because it's evidence that would be used against Halyna Gutierrez if it were brought in. But that's not the point. The point is this new evidence should have been disclosed to her, which might have changed how the defense team handled her case. I think it's got less of an impact on her case than it does Alec Baldwin's, honestly. But still, I would not be surprised if we see Attorney Bowles in the press very soon, upset about what happened, especially if this case gets dismissed. Selena K says, I'm going there today. Wonderful. Go up there, check it out. I think they're still open. I assume they are. All right. We're up to $2.99. Thank you for keeping me honest. We're watching that door, waiting for Mr. Baldwin to come back in. I wonder if the judge has basically said, I'm going to let you choose. I can dismiss this case, but it won't be with prejudice. Or we can offer this other sanction, and whatever that may be. I don't know what that second sanction is. Dismiss without prejudice means the state can refile the charges, that they can go through the same process again, which I think they will do if that happens. But what would the second what other sanction could address this? What could cure this problem? Now, Attorney Spiro goes out, joins the rest of the team in the little lawyer's room right outside the courtroom, often used for media. It's a tiny little closet. KBF says, I've seen plea deals offered in the middle of trial before. It doesn't matter if this evidence is relevant or not for Hannah's case only. The state had to turn it over. I agree. It doesn't matter. But okay, people are coming back in. Let's give them a minute here. It bothers me that the counter is at $9.99. It's almost as good as waiting for a verdict. I've never been more anxious for a dismissal. It's the bailiff up talking to the judge. Sanction Morrissey can't use her glasses for the rest of trial. Oh, that's cruel and unusual. All right, here comes Mr. Baldwin now. Buttons up the suit. Talks to his wife. This is a big decision. This is a big decision. Do we want to do it? There, he's literally he's running this past his wife. This looks like a dismissal. It looks like he's going to push for and ask for the dismissal. Or do we take the deal? Do we take a deal? Doesn't look like a dismissal. That might be a deal. And now a new attorney sitting next to him. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. New attorney moved up to the table. I'm not sure why. He changed seats a little bit. What are they doing? What is he working on? They're looking at documents with pictures. So it sounds like they're still moving forward. They're prepping something. We're up to 300. We just hit the big 3-0. Oh, 3-double-aught. Brooke, thank you for gifting a membership. That was 300. She says that was 300. Thank you. Evil Olive was the recipient of that one. Congratulations. Thank you, Brooke. Ooh, additional people coming in on the state side to talk to the special prosecutor. Thal trying to get in one last word. That means the judge is ready to talk any minute now. Thal.
Okay.
Talk quick.
I'll disappear in a nanosecond. I see it. Anyway, I still don't understand why we haven't considered, the chickens and the dogs. I guarantee you those pictures are
you're fading out. You're fading out.
Bye.
Bye. That's a running joke with Thal. Boxes of evidence being brought in. Boxes and boxes. What in the world are they going through? All the work seems to be being done on the part of the defense right now. Miss Morrissey is basically waiting for something. Little counsel discussion, shrugs. Lots of activity on the defense side, not much happening over on the state side. Mr. Baldwin's wife comes back in. And they confer again. Mr. Baldwin has a decision here. I think he's made the decision, but oh man. You say my commentary sounds too quiet? Judge is just waiting patiently on the bench. That's why you have cameras. When she's gone, we don't get the cameras, but do we get audio here? Maybe approach. Glasses off. Morrissey and Spyro head back up to the judge. There. More discussion with Mr. Baldwin. There's a lot of people involved in this decision. I'm surprised that it hasn't been overheard or leaked. There's Bree in the back corner. We see her with the black and white design on her shirt. She's our court watcher today. His wife probably left the courtroom and made a phone call to speak to somebody. I did see the photo of... We've seen the judge in a still frame that appears to be flipping the bird, and we've seen a photo of Miss Morrissey in a still frame that appears to be flipping the bird. I don't think either of them were intentional like that. It's just, you can catch someone in a hand movement when they're scratching their face or something. That it was just that moment. It wasn't like it was in the Parkland trial Ooh, there's our witness who we were expecting to hear from today. That is that's Alexandria Hancock. She was on the stand at the end of yesterday. Ooh, glasses in the pocket from Steven. That doesn't count, but man. Whew. Now she's at the prosecution table. She's been at the prosecution table because she's the lead investigator, I believe. She has gorgeous hair. She does. During Hannah Gutierrez's trial, that hair became a fort. She closed herself in. She leaned forward. The hair went in front of her face. You could almost not see her face at all at some points during testimony, where she was really getting aggressively cross-examined. Did the witness choose to exclude the evidence? You're talking about Miss Popple? Miss Popple says her testimony was that she was instructed to file the evidence in a document type form under another case. That's what they did. So it was hidden, and it wasn't turned over to defense when they asked for all the evidence that had been collected, all the bullets that had been collected. Amy, do we cancel the hotel or not? I can't make that call for you, unfortunately, Amy. Wish I could. Okay, now we stand up again. Why are we standing? There's no jury. Did the judge just take a break? Oh, we've got a very close-up of a pocket. People are possibly going to lunch. Mr. Baldwin, very aware that cameras follow him closely wherever he goes, talking very closely to his wife so as not to reveal what the discussion's about. This might break on social media over lunch. Let's see what happens. We see Bree headed to the door right there. Just in the last minute, she's sort of shuffling. There she is. She's headed towards the door. It looks like we have lunch. We'll probably get a call from Bree here in just a moment. And yep, everything's going to the exit sign. It looks like we're going to get a lunch break, or at least another break right now. We're all on social media. If you see something, obviously we've got some of the big channels we follow. If you know anybody locally, local news media also sometimes breaks some of this information. So we're up in the air. We don't know. This motion hearing should be continuing, but we don't know if they've reached a resolution, if they've agreed to some sort of a deal mid-trial. We don't know if the judge is leaned on this, decided to dismiss the case and just trying to finalize things. Yeah, lots of options in the air. DUI guy is there. We've got Bree might be calling in any minute now when she gets far enough from the courtroom where they allow her to use her phone. Bree's going to call in. Mash, I agree. That's not appropriate, guys. We don't treat people, defendants or otherwise, that way here. So please be respectful. What was the other case they filed it under? I believe it was the Hannah case. That's my understanding anyway. People are talking about him getting a plea deal. On social media, DUI says Baldwin looks happy. A plea deal would involve the defendant pleading guilty or no contest to some degree of a charge, to something. It might be something more minor than this, but that would spare him from getting convicted for second degree involuntary manslaughter. Kelso, welcome. Good to have you here. I think. Let's see.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
This is Thal again. Thal, do you have any information? We're about to get a call from Bree.
No.
Okay.
But I was going to say, you got us yelled at. You didn't introduce me as Tisha's husband, so there you go. See right there.
Is it official now?
You're causing me problems, buddy. What?
Is it official now?
But well, no. But the thing is that she's still my waifu. I'm her husbando on the internet, so it's an internet marriage. Anyway, the thing is that I looked at his case and I looked at the filings. It's only 18 months if he goes to jail or prison from the New Mexico Center. So I don't know if they plea deal him out. Well, what are we talking about? Like a month probation, or you've got to make this pot's got to be pretty sweet.
I'm willing
in order for Baldwin
to bet there would be 0 jail time in any deal he gets. Because look, Dave Hall got 6 months unsupervised probation for his role, and he had a key role, probably right up there with Hannah's. So I would bet that there's no jail time.
So I'm just trying to prepare us for if that happens, what happens next? Because it could be like nothing. He just walks out. Because I'm like, I don't know what you do. How do you go down from 18 months?
We'll see. First, we want to find out if we're actually in lunch or if we just got a break. So I'll wait and hear from Bree in just a minute. Thal, thank you very much. Good talking to you, my friend.
Yes, sir.
We'll see you.
Yep. Bye.
18 months is a long time. It is. It's a long time. It's looking like a plea deal. I would agree that all indications we're seeing as far as the discussion, the back and forth, the different people that are consulted, the taking Alec Baldwin out and talking to him because he has a decision to make. That sounds like some sort of plea deal. Let's see. Is Mrs. R.A. in chat?
Call from.
Hey, this is Scott. How you doing?
Hi, Scott. This is Josh Hutchins.
Josh, how you doing?
It look good. I just found on Twitter there's a break until 1:45 Eastern time, so it's 20 minutes.
20-minute break. It's not quite lunch, but I'm going to be sitting on the edge of my chair the entire time.
Yeah, this is more exciting than a verdict.
I think the judge probably gave this break as time for Alec Baldwin to make a decision, because we had a break immediately prior to this. This is like back-to-back breaks with nothing in the middle.
Because I'm following Antoinette Levy and the DUI guy on Twitter right now.
Yeah, so. Yeah, and they're telling us about the break and how long it's going to be. So,
yeah. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate that.
All right.
We'll see you.
All right. No problem. Bye.
I think Bree is headed to her car to get her phone. She's left her phone in her car just so she doesn't get in trouble in the courthouse, which I agree with strongly. You don't want to get in trouble in the courthouse. What would be the option? What would the option be? Here's what they might have. At this point, the state might be looking at this and saying, look, there's a good chance this gets dismissed. Judge probably has not made that decision, right? But there's a good chance this gets dismissed. I am willing to, instead of getting dismissed, put a plea out there, a deal where we will take a lesser charge and you plead guilty or no contest, and it'll be done. It will be over with. Instead of risking this getting dismissed. So that deal on the table, it must have been good. It must have been good for Alec to consider it, first of all, because he's willing to fight this charge. He's not pleading guilty to it. He's fighting this one. He's expended a great deal of money on a legal team to fight this. So the deal must be really, really good for him. Probably similar to what Dave Hall got. Yep, you got it. They'd rather take a plea than a full dismissal on state's side. Also removes the national attention for Brady violation. They can retry if dismissed. Yes, unless it's dismissed with prejudice. Dismissed with prejudice is what we saw in the Arizona Rancher case with George Kelly. The judge dismissed that one with prejudice. Why are they doing a plea deal right now? Mrs. R.A., this morning, the defense filed a motion for dismissing the case because of a Brady violation, meaning the state failed to turn over evidence that would be helpful to the defense in making their defense. And it looks like they were right. There was ammunition that was presented, turned over to the police, and said, this is the ammunition that was from the scene. This is the same stuff. And they hid it. They buried it, and they didn't turn it over. They said nothing about it. And the state said nothing. Defense somehow found out. Somebody either leaked it from inside the prosecutor's office. Somebody talked to them. Could have been, somebody who turned it in, talked to them, and they did their homework, dug through it, got the information. They seem to know what happened in the conversations. So it sounds like the person who turned it in probably talked to defense. But this third party, after Halyna Gutierrez was convicted, came forward and said, this doesn't feel right. This is dirty. I've got this ammunition. This is where it's from. And he turned it over. Do we know what the evidence is? Yes, it was a bag of ammunition. It were bullets, live rounds of ammunition that were apparently from Thel Reed, from Halyna Gutierrez's dad, or father figure. Does it affect Hannah? It could. It could, because it would also be, well, no. Wait. No, it can't. It wasn't turned over till after her case was over. So it can't be a Brady violation for Hannah. It might be new exculpatory evidence, but I don't think it is. It's actually evidence that solidifies her conviction. He'll want his record to be clean for image reasons. A conditional dismissal is what DUI guy is saying. Wonder if the actual DA is offering a deal instead of the special prosecutor. The jury is gone for the day. The judge brought the jury in after keeping them waiting for about 2 hours, brought them in while we heard the motion hearing. Afterwards, she brought them in and said, look, sorry, we're a little late this morning. We had some stuff to do. I'm sending you home for the day. Come back on Monday. And she almost said, unless you hear otherwise. But I think we're at the point where we're about to hear otherwise. So maybe 10 to 15 minutes, we expect everything to come back into court. And then we'll hear what happened. Cheryl, I 100% agree. We're not going to see Alec Baldwin in jail if he takes a plea deal. I just missed a spec. There was a spec. Was it for somebody in the courtroom? I'm texting, sorry. Man. The suspense is killing all of us. Thank you for the likes. It definitely does help the channel. We appreciate that. I was hoping we would get to see the continuation of the initial allegation that was raised this morning, where Mr. Spiro got up and said, Your Honor, I got an email. Somebody sent me a picture that shows that Miss Morrissey is signaling witnesses while they're on the stand. And we haven't heard anything. The judge said, I want to hear about that. And he says, well, we're printing the picture off now, probably poster size, like a big 3-foot by 4-foot poster. But they're getting the picture printed now. I'm not sure if we're going to need that at this point, because what followed that, they immediately dropped that. We didn't hear anything else on that issue. And what followed was this other motion to dismiss based on a Brady violation where the state knew about this ammunition that they should have turned over and didn't. And we heard some testimony on that was very spicy. Some back and forth with Miss Morrissey that was extremely spicy. And now the judge seemed very angry. And it's just something's happening. So obviously, if Miss Morrissey sees that this is about to end in a dismissal, she's going to want a dismissal for a Brady violation, which looks really bad on them. She's going to want to get what she can out of this and just cut her losses. And a deal with the defendant would be one way to do that. What does it take to get this with prejudice? Well, I think the defense was pushing for that. In the motion that they made, they're saying this isn't the first time. You've told them over and over. You've ruled on this already. They've been doing this. That's what it takes to get prejudice. It has to be like a repeated violation. It has to be serious enough that it's permanently ruined the ability for the defendant to get justice in the case. So that's what it would take. Maybe she's worried that that's what's coming, a dismissal with prejudice. Let's see.
Call from
Karen Reed, Part 2.
Karen Reed, Part 2.
This trial has taken as many twists and turns as that one did.
It's crazy. What is happening?
I left because they went to break. I don't think I'm going to go back just because we're just sitting. And listen, I'd rather be listening to you guys just sitting and watching the same thing I can see in the room. But my gathering, or what I'm assuming, is I think she knows that she's probably not going to win. And I think they're trying to offer him some kind of a deal because his attorneys walked out with Morrissey. They came back in. They went and got Alec. They started to come back in. And then the bald attorney, the one from California or whatever, went out and talked to them. And then the girls went out and Alex stayed out. And then Alec's wife came out and sat and went, it looks like probably talked to them. They came back in. When Alec and his wife came back in,
Alec talked to his wife. Couple times.
He sat beside her and gave her a hug, and they were talking in each other's ear. And then he went set up with them. And then they had asked if he needed more time or should we do a break. And the attorney that's been arguing everything is like, just 5 minutes. And then they asked for a break. So I don't know if they're trying to negotiate something so that they don't have to probably look bad. That's my answer. And can get out of this. I don't know.
I would agree. I think everything is pointing to this, at least the fact that there's a deal on the table. Okay.
Yeah.
Whether or not he takes that, that's the big question. I cannot see him accepting a deal that involves jail time. I don't either. I don't see that happening. But really, the way the judge has sort of been telegraphing her mood about this whole motion, about the Brady violation, it seems like she's about to rule in favor of defense.
Yeah.
And whether that's a full dismissal.
They're trying to decide. Right. And here's my question, and I don't know, some of the attorneys that we have in chat, maybe they can answer this question. Since it was filed under special prosecutor the first time and it was done wrong, they released that special prosecutor, they refiled, but they refiled under the grand jury this time. And so now they're here. If they go to dismissal, could they actually really bring it back? Could they really put him as with prejudice and retry him again after this is now the third time we've done this?
Until a jury has reached a verdict on the charge, I think they can retry. They can retry as many times as they want.
Can they? Okay.
There's a cost-benefit analysis that has to be done because these trials are not cheap for the state.
Right. Exactly.
And at this point, they're look. It's involuntary manslaughter. This is. It sounds bad, but this is something. It was an accident. Everybody knows that it was an accident. Okay, and how hard are you going to push for blood in this case when it was an accident? And is this enough? Is dragging him through this court process, forcing him to defend himself? Does that satisfy our need for justice? We already have one person who's in serving 18 months with Hannah on this case. We've had Halls served 6 months of probation for this. How much do you need, and how much taxpayers' money is it worthwhile to spend to seek that?
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I was frustrated that we did this anyway, especially since they threw out the whole producer stuff. Me personally, I'm like, if that bullet would never have been in the gun, we probably wouldn't have been here to begin with. So, yes, he should have used proper gun safety. But if the bullet wouldn't have been there, we probably still wouldn't be here. So my issue with this to begin with is sometimes I wonder why we're even here. That's just my own personal opinion. Agree and disagree, that's fine. But I'm just like, taxpayers' money and all this stuff and all the extra security and all the extra stuff because now the Baldwins are here and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like it's super intense in there right now. And that's why I just thought, I'm like, it's so tense in there right now. Sorry, I had to go outside. But it's so going on. And I'm just like, okay, I'd rather listen to my group and figure this out than just sit here and not know what's going on.
We haven't been able to hear anything in court since the break.
Yeah, no.
So
yeah, there's been nothing.
I mean, there's been a couple approaches, but we don't know exactly what's been going on. Mostly, we see a lot of activity on the side of the defense. They're digging through boxes. They're flipping through papers. I don't know what that would be for.
I joke when I was in debate and forensics, I used to carry one of those white paper boxes and pretend that I had case files in it. And it was usually just loose leaf paper, but I'd carry it in just to scare the other side, just to make them think I had more information than I did.
Look at all the prep I've done.
Yeah, those girls came in with those boxes. I'm like, I wonder if that's a scare tactic in my brain.
They're empty. They're just...
Yeah. So I don't know. Like, they keep going back into a room, and they keep coming back, and they keep going out. So to me, it feels like there's some kind of a deal on the table, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't taken deals yet. So I'm like, I don't know why he would start now, especially when they look like they might have a leg up.
Was there a deal ever offered?
I was told there was. And he said he didn't want to take it. But I don't know for sure. Like, I pulled some records. I can go look on the Discord and double check to see if he has anything in any of the documents here in a little bit and double check. But I don't know. But I heard there was. But that, was all speculation. But if he wasn't taking them back then, I don't know why he would do it now, especially if he thinks that they could possibly get it dismissed.
Wow. Interesting. Well, we will watch. I think we've got just 2 or 3 minutes before court is going to start again. We've made it over 300 on the spectrometer. It's been a busy day today.
I was counting. Is it bad that I was sitting there counting and I had my glasses on? I moved them because they were fogging up because it's cold in that room. I'm like, I don't count, guys.
Yeah, you're behind the bar. You're in the gallery. We're not counting those ones, but
I know.
No, it's crazy. Bree, thank you very much. Appreciate you being a court watcher today. This might all end today.
It might, and I'm like, I don't want to go hang out in there for it to end. Like, I can watch it in somewhere else. Like, it's not a big deal, but. Oh, my goodness, it's just so silent in there. Yeah. And listen, my ADHD doesn't do silent well.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate the update, as always.
Yeah, you're welcome, guys.
Thank you, Bree.
I'll be listening.
We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks for Bree for checking in, one of our great court watchers down there in Santa Fe, New Mexico right now. We are, let's see, TYO Toys. Hello, Phil. I'm confused by all the sources of rounds. Is there a diagram? That would be useful. I would say the most confusing we've heard is this last little bit, this last batch of ammunition that the judge put on the blue gloves. She gloved up, cut open the box, dumped out the rounds, and said, which one's which? And we had so many different types. Like we had 2 from here, and 3 from here, and 4 from that, and 3. It was a mess. So yes, we do need a diagram. Let's see if we can get Mathis here.
You called to end the break.
Mathis, I hear you there. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well. I wanted to point something out that I've been trying to get to you for the last couple of days, which is it would be really quite educational to, at some point, read the judge's ruling on why he dismissed the George Allen Kelly case with prejudice.
Yes.
Obviously, it's a different circumstances, different state, ultimately kind of the same reasoning.
Yeah, we've got that. And if this ends in a dismissal right here or a plea deal, we'll have this afternoon. We'll probably look at both that as well as maybe the response. The response from the Karen Reed prosecution. We've got a couple documents out there that we have yet to delve into.
We also have the state's response in the YSL case, which is also interesting.
Good stuff all around.
I think that what I find interesting here is I think the defense really has reason to pursue this motion hearing further because The question of whether this gets dismissed, I think they definitely know they can get this dismissed. It's fairly straightforward. The question is, can they get it with prejudice? And ultimately, with prejudice, it boils down to if the state is allowed to start over, does this prejudice the defendant? Does it hurt Baldwin's chances if this has to start over? Because we know from other trials that sometimes there's a mistake after a jury has been sworn in, like the Zachariah Anderson case. We knew the first trial was a mistrial. The second one, there were multiple motions for a mistrial. None of those would have been really with prejudice. So what the defense is angling for here is they can show that the prosecution made the way they handled this really was kind of inexcusable. And so they can say, well, the state doesn't have an excuse for this. They have a pattern of, let's say, prosecutorial misconduct. Yeah. And so that can make a cumulative case to get the case dismissed this way.
Right. That's what they want. They want the dismissal with prejudice, and that's why they brought up the previous actions, the previous times. And, Your Honor, you already had to rule on this. Last time, this is what happened. They brought that up just to sort of say, now's the time for that dismissal with prejudice.
As for the plea deal, I think if we look at the lesser included for Hannah, so involuntary manslaughter, it's an accident, but it has kind of this malicious mens rea, where you are aware of that there is a danger, you are aware you could do something about mitigating the danger, you are aware that if the danger becomes real, there's substantial harm, and you decide not to do it because you don't care. And then the lesser one would then be negligent homicide, and then I guess negligent discharge of a firearm. New Mexico doesn't seem to have like a reckless endangerment.
No reckless endangerment. You're cutting in and out a little bit.
Okay, I'm sorry. So it seems that they might get him on negligent discharge of a firearm. Okay. And get him the David Hall treatment. And I see they're back.
We're back. Thanks a lot, Mathis. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Bye. There you go. 1 o'clock. Bye.
All right.
We just got another break. We're going to lunch. We've just had 3 breaks in a row. We got a potty break, we got a decision break, and now we got a lunch break. I am blown away. She says 1 o'clock. Hey Siri, what time is it in Santa Fe, New Mexico?
It's 11:45 in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
We have an hour and 15 minutes, which means we will take a lunch break. We will be back in 1 hour. We will not know until then. That's plenty of time. That's plenty of time for Alec Baldwin to make a decision. KBF says double jeopardy attaches when the jury is seated. This isn't the first or second misdeed by the state. The only penal left is dismissal with prejudice. That's the only penalty they can offer. So why then are we thinking that there's going to be a deal on the table? Why would he take a deal if there's dismissal with prejudice? Because that takes everything off the table. It's done. Why not leave it up to the judge to rule? Are they just not sure that the judge would rule that way or go that far? Libby, we've got a couple documents. If this wraps up here a little bit, right after lunch, we've got a couple documents to go over. We've got some from Young Thug. We've got some from the George Kelly trial. We've got some from Karen Reed's trial. Quite a few things we can go over this afternoon. Please read the response to Karen Reed motion before lunch, Cheryl. It's almost 2 o'clock. It's almost 2 o'clock. We've got to take a lunch, and we'll be back 15 minutes before this happens. How about that? I'm dinging. Yes, my phone. I'm getting text messages like crazy. All right, quick recap for those who just showed up. This morning, this trial went off the rails. The defense filed a motion, and the motion was the motion to dismiss. The main portion of that, even though they raised an issue of the defense or the prosecution signaling witnesses when they're on the stand, the main portion of their motion was a Brady violation, meaning that the prosecution had evidence in this case that they should have turned over to defense, but they did not. And They dug it. They called witnesses outside the jury's presence. It was spicy. There was argument back and forth, lots of sidebars with the judge. But the gist of it looks like the judge agrees that this was, in fact, a Brady violation. Even though the motion hearing is not complete, the judge would not rule without more evidence coming in from other individuals, which are ready to testify, Seth Kinney being one of them. It looks like during all this, the state may have offered a deal to the defendant that is tempting enough that there was a lot of thought that went into this. So Alec Baldwin, his attorneys, they've gone out of the courtroom. They met for a while. Alec talked with his family. There were some phone calls made, lots of different attorneys in and out. And we've had break after break after break. This is now the third break. It's going to be 1:45 our time before we come back, which puts it, give us 1 hour. And we'll be back and we'll hear if there is now a plea to a deal. We're going to hear if the judge is just going to go forward with this motion hearing and most likely result in a dismissal with prejudice, which the state does not want. And if they see that on the table, they must have offered a very, very sweet deal. Because if the state thinks that's going to happen, why then does the defense not? Wouldn't that be the better outcome, to have dismissal with prejudice? I don't know. It's a 501 violation, not necessarily Brady. They've said Brady in court. That's the term they used. What about Sarah throwing boxes away right after the incident? That's something that came up in Hannah's trial, and really it's just a fact that happened. Yes, things were thrown away right after the incident. Bullets were thrown away right after the incident. We'll never know what those were. All right, we're going to take a lunch. We will be back immediately afterwards. I will set up a new live stream with a new thumbnail. It's going to be part 6 and possibly the final part of the trial against Alec Baldwin. We're going to come back. Let's see. It's going to be at 1:45. There we go. All right, I'm going to update the thumbnail. The new window is open right now. We're going to take an hour break, and then the fireworks start again, and you don't want to miss this. This could be everything right here. This could be everything. Going for a meatball sub on lunch. Wish you luck. Good luck. I hope you get one. I hope it's delicious. I hope it's great. Before you go, so I can redirect. I've created it already. I'm redirecting to the one after lunch so people will know where to go back. Second here. All right, we have our after lunch one up. We've already got people. Oops, I think I did that wrong. All right, here's what I'll say. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live right after lunch, where we get what could be the concluding motion minutes of the trial against Alec Baldwin. The defense blew up this case today with the one motion to dismiss. There is evidence that was not turned over that should have been turned over, and now we have everything up in the air going forward. The decision will come down after lunch. We'll see if the motion continues or if the trial is over right here. You guys have a good lunch. We'll see you right afterwards. Bye-bye.